Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. For some reason, it didn't allow me to go live automatically. It's because I think it's because this. Yeah, it's because the stream was scheduled. Hey everybody. All right. I guess we're gonna have to restart this or something. Damn. All right. That sucks. That really sucks. Okay, now it should be live though, right? Now you should be able to see everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna reset this list. All the list of the things, the disasters. Okay, so what's up, everybody? Alright, what's up, everybody? Hello. We're gonna redo this whole introduction thing. Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Hopian here. We're good for another stream. Yeah, for some reason, YouTube didn't automatically go live for me whenever I started live streaming, so that sucks. But anyways, we're doing a stream here. We're doing a special stream today, and we're going to feature every disaster that there is in this game. We're going to try to explain how to survive every disaster in Survive the Disasters 2. So that's what we're doing today, and yeah, so like I hope you guys enjoy it. So we got this list right here. I've got this list right here, and I have every disaster listed in this game, listed in this list right next to me. Where I'm going to be checking off, like say for example, we see the ghost disaster. I'm going to be, let's see here. I'm going to be doing a white check mark here. Yeah, there we go, a white check mark. So there's that. If not, then yeah, I mean that's how I'm going to be doing every single one of these check marks. That's what we're going to be, or that's every disaster we encounter, we're going to have a check mark. All right. Anyways, without further ado, let's get into this game. And I've got some people joining me in the voice call as well. Hello, say hello if you'd like.
Yo.
Hey. All right. So, anyways, let's start with. And one more thing, I am also not going to be counting any kind of warnings, any kind of doubles or triples disasters. We're not going to be doing those. So it's going to be mostly, yeah, just single disasters. That's what we're going to be focusing on here.
You should low-key ping everyone in the server.
I'm not going to ping everyone. No, that is abuse. That is abusing my power. This stream is hype. Well, I'm glad you feel that way, but I am not going to be abusing my power that way. Alright, so to start the things off here, let me go ahead and say that most disasters, you're going to want to, like, you're going to be able to survive almost every disaster on this list with diffusion coil. Like 90% of disasters you can survive with just diffusion coil by itself. When it comes to other gears that you have on your inventory, like I guess epic katana is like another thing that you're going to want to have, but that's like not nearly as essential. I mean, it's very essential. I would say it's very essential because you get from one place to another very quickly. But fusion coil trumps. I will say that. Fusion coil and epic katana are very much hand-in-hand types of things that you want to have when you're surviving. Alright, so, and then also, for most of other things, like, you know, for your loadout, that's pretty much to every individual person's taste. Like, since I like the blocks a lot, I like to have the lightning staff as number 2. But that's for everyone, you know, it's everyone's own taste. Let me see here, let me finish
what is, like, objectively the best loadout?
Objectively the best loadout. I don't know. It's the best loadout is the best loadout is the one that you feel most comfortable with. That's the best loadout. That's the most honorable way to answer that question right there.
I see a lot of like the pro players use like the same loadout. They have shotgun, rocket jump.
Yeah, because they all copy each other.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I hope you guys are having a good day. Yeah, it's been pretty good. So we're gonna start with the counting off of these disasters once we're done with this map. We're almost done. We're gonna do the next map, and then we're gonna actually do, you know, each individual disaster. You know, since this whole thing was botched. All right, so let's. We got a bonus round. Okay, cool.
You should make this into a video.
I am. I'm also. I'm recording.
Yeah, nice.
I'm recording it as well. Okay. So what was the? do I want to put this here? What was my 9? What's number 9? Number 9 is always a miscellaneous thing. Number 0 is always going to be my umbrella. That's right. Okay. Let's have some fun here. Let's try to get our 1,000 tokens here, just for fun. Nope, I messed it up. Okay. Time to reset. You won't lose it. You didn't lose your streak since it's a bonus round. Thank you very much for clarifying that to me. I didn't know that. That's new. All right, we got a new spray can tool. That's pretty cool. So we'll check that out while we're waiting here. I spray painted a freaking a tangerine. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. All right, we got boba. We got boba. Let's go. I like some good boba. We got a bomb. Is that a Super Bomb Survival reference? Is that what it is? SBS. Let's go. What else we got? We got
oh, yeah, they actually
shuriken.
Got a new update. Pretty hype.
Yeah. We got a top hat. Hey, that's mine. That's me right there. I use top hats. I like top hats. We got emeralds, the emerald gem. That's pretty awesome. I like this. This spray can thing. Spray paint can. Yeah, spray pan. Spray paint can thing is pretty cool. All right. So, anyways, we're gonna start now. We're gonna do this survive every disaster thing. Okay. And I am live on YouTube now. I think. Yes, I am live on YouTube, so let's go. Cool. All right, and yeah.
Might yap later. I don't know much to say.
You might yap later. All right, sounds good.
I'm just reading what JavaScript said.
Oh, okay, okay. So let's go ahead and talk about some quick tips. So Fusion Coil is going to be the #1 thing you're going to be using most of the time. If you don't have Fusion Coil, I suggest you go ahead and unlock it if you can. Try to get the Game Pass. If not, I highly recommend you get it. Like, there's no question about it. Really, truly, get it. Second thing you're going to want is the Epic Katana, and then you're going to want Medkit. I can go through the orbs real quick. I'll do that the next map change, because we're going to go ahead and get into our first disaster. Our first disaster is Pizza Dude. So we have Pizza Dude. This is actually a really good disaster to start off with. So Pizza Dude is kind of tough if you don't know what to do. So main thing is that it's going to be, the main thing you want to keep in mind is that Pizza Dude is going to be targeting the person who's closest to him. So once you have that in mind, you want to be staying as far away from the guy as much as possible, so that way you don't get targeted. That's the first thing. And the second thing is you just want to keep an eye on who it is targeting after all. If the pizza does happen to target you, use your Epic Katana. That's the main thing. Yeah. Alright, so up next we have Illumina. Illumina is actually a really easy disaster to survive. You just gotta stay away from the middle, because there's bound to be happens to be someone who's going to be touching it. The way it works is if somebody touches that sword right there that's in the middle, the sword explodes and you just have a big boom, and you just don't want to be caught within that boom. Pretty easy disaster, not much to it. Illumina.
Yeah, it grows legs in hyper.
Yeah.
Is that impossible? Forgot.
It grows legs. Yeah, it becomes Illumina Man in hyper version, and yeah, that's funny. It starts chasing people. That is pretty funny. Yeah. All right, up next, what have we next? Let's see. We're gonna do the witch. Witch disaster is actually pretty easy to deal with. So you want to have a healing item out. Generally, you want to have both your medkit and the pizza in your loadout, unless you're crazy like me, you don't have pizza. But yeah, anyways, Witch is going to target random people. As you can see, it's not targeting people that are closer to her. She just kind of targets random people. She has 3 different potions, an ice potion, a lava potion, and a poison potion. They each have different effects. Lava's going to melt.
She only throw potions in front of her?
No, she doesn't. She does not. She does not. She does not throw potions. Yeah, that's a good point. She does not throw potions in front of her. So you just want to be careful. Just going to, out heal everything. Yeah. All right. Soccer balls. Soccer balls is a very important disaster to talk about because it is one where you can actually survive by just standing in the corner. That's one thing I like to do. I like to stand in the corner, but you can also just stand underneath cover. Much like any kind of raining disaster, you just want to be careful to stand underneath cover. Look at this. See? This is exactly what I'm talking about right here. This is the soccer ball. It cannot touch me right here. So that's why the corners are good for soccer balls. But yeah, just like any other raining disaster, otherwise it's very much you just want to stand underneath cover or stand in the corner. Yeah, do what I do. You can stand underneath shop too, and in certain maps you can stand underneath like some indestructible cover like the pipe and stuff like that. Yeah. Alright, up next, let's go. What do we have? We have the missile launcher. Alright, so missile launcher is a disaster that you want to stand behind. Okay, so you can do two things. You can either wait for somebody to jump inside on top of it. This is not really a good example. If someone jumps on top of it, then the missile launcher just automatically targets that person, and you have a free round. But otherwise, if you are out in the open and nobody has standing on top of it, you want to keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Move in one direction. Do not turn back or else the rocket will get you. That's the emergency method, and the other alternative method is to stand behind some kind of indestructible cover where the missiles will just keep shooting it and they won't actually hit you. So that's the missile launcher right there. Alright,
Yep.
So up next we have Mr. Happy. Okay, Mr. Happy is a tricky disaster because you think, generally, you know, when it comes to Mr. Happy, when it comes to most disasters, you think that jumping around everywhere is the best option. Well, Mr. Happy is here to prove that wrong. The main thing with Mr. Happy is you want to be very careful whenever he jumps behind you, but otherwise, yeah, just keep running around in circles and try to avoid him as much as possible. Keep an eye on what he shoots. Keep an eye on where he shoots it, and yeah, just keep avoiding all his attacks.
You got healing stuff?
I do not have a healing staff. I have the med kit. But yeah, Mr. Happy's tricky. Mr. Happy's tricky. All right, what's next? We have the Epic Duck. The Epic Duck is coming. All right, so Epic Duck is a disaster where it's actually pretty interesting. You want to stand underneath cover, you know, but not destructible cover. Just anything that's like, you know, the tube or anything like that. Anything that's indestructible. You can also stand inside of the shop. Now, there is one thing though. You see that explosion right there? That's new. So, yeah, you want to stay underneath the shop. You can stay underneath the shop, and that's one way you can survive because the Epic Duck gets too big to go underneath here. However, if it does explode, you want to get out of the shop. Alright, up next we have Poltergeist. Poltergeist is actually a pretty easy disaster. The little ghost right here that's in the middle, he's going to throw things. Let's see if we can find this little ghost. Where is he? I don't see him. But there's a little ghost. He's, I guess, I don't know, something's going on. Little ghost, he's going to throw any kind of debris that he has around him. And he's going to throw them towards random people. So, he's going to be always around the middle. Best way to do it, best way to survive, is just stay away from the middle. That's the best way to survive this disaster. And if you just happen to be in a position where you can't stay near the middle, well, pull out your healing thing and just keep healing. Because it is pretty easy to out-heal. Let's play some more with this spray paint can. Alright, so let's recap some of the disasters we've already done. We're going to go into this Google Doc here, and we're going to check mark. So we got missile launcher right here, so that's one we're going to check off right now. Alright, we're going to rain check mark that real quick. And let's see, what else did we get? We got Mr. Happy. We had... what else? I need you guys to help me recap all the disasters we've done.
Yeah, we did Reaper, we did Mage.
No, we did not do Reaper. No, stop. You're messing me up. Oh, we did Poltergeist. Poltergeist. We did Poltergeist. That one's there. Where's LM and OP? Poltergeist is right here. Okay, here we go.
Poltergeist, Duck.
Soccer balls. Soccer balls.
Soccer.
And Epic Duck as well. Yeah, those are the disasters that we did. I think and Illumina. Yeah, we did quite a few disasters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we did 6 disasters. It's pretty awesome. We probably got some warnings that are coming up though. That's probably a reason why. But yeah, all right. So, yeah, if we haven't gotten any warnings like in the past 7 disasters, we're probably gonna get some warnings soon. All right, let's get rid of the spray paint can, and oh, we got soccer balls again. So this is where I'm going to show you guys the example of where you can stand underneath the shop, and you're pretty safe. Yeah, pretty safe from the soccer balls. Oh, let me remove this thing out of our way here. Yeah, so I'm standing in the shop right here, and you can see I'm pretty safe from the soccer balls. Hey, super cool lad. Sorry I didn't acknowledge your chat earlier, but yeah, hey, it's good to see you. I'm so glad you joined the chat. Yeah, it's great. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining the stream. All right, so we got soccer balls already, so there's not much to talk about with that. All right, so we got next up, we got 7 seconds. We're gonna see what we got next. No warnings, so we got that going for us. All right, we got killbots. Okay, so killbots is another disaster where it's kind of like Mr. Happy. You don't want to be jumping around everywhere, because the higher up you are, the easier it is for the killbots to shoot you. But anyways, regardless of that, killbots, you just want to keep running around in circles. It's a pretty tricky disaster because, like, for example, you see this person that's jumping towards me. If you run into that area where that person just was, there's probably going to be a rocket heading that direction. So you don't want to be around people, generally.
Slow,
yeah, the rockets are pretty slow, but you can be caught off guard. It's pretty easy to be caught off guard when it comes to the rockets from killbots. So yeah, don't be deceived. Killbots, you just want to keep running around and avoid the rockets as much as possible. Just run around the map.
I mean, that's why virus added particles, so you can like see them better.
It is, yeah, that is true. That is true.
Yeah.
All right, slingshot. Slingshot's a pretty new disaster, and it's actually pretty easy. You just want to stand behind some kind of cover, preferably something that's indestructible, because anything that is destroyable, that you can see that platform right there. Yeah, you see it's destroyed. Yeah, it will break through that. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, slingshot's pretty simple. You just stand behind those cover and don't get shot by the freaking balls. Don't get hit by the balls. And yeah. If you do get hit, if you do get hit by them, they do 15 damage, but that's, you can kind of out heal it, but it's probably not a good idea to try. Yeah, the best option is really just to stand behind cover. If you have to, you can run around, but it's not really ideal. Shotgun. Shotgun is a very, very difficult, very, very tricky disaster.
You get pop-shotted.
Yes, so it's pretty random. It shoots, yeah, you can see how it rolls around different, yeah. So it's dangerous. It can flip around randomly very quickly and suddenly shoot you. Now, one thing that it did have as a nerf recently is that it did start. Where'd it go? I think it glitched.
I just got flung.
It got glitched. That's funny.
What the hell?
But it flings around randomly.
Yeah.
And you just want to be standing behind cover and standing as far away from it as possible. That's the main thing with shotgun, and I'll give you some more examples with that sooner or later on, because it is really an important disaster that you want to focus on. We got triple threat, so this is not one that I'm going to be focusing on because there's 3 disasters at once, and I don't want to be talking about 3 disasters at once. So just watch if you want to. Yeah. Okay. And I can pray that I survive somehow. Doge, don't come towards me, please.
Oh my god.
Did you die? And I survived. Okay, let's go.
Like Slenderman, you don't have to look at it.
No. It's anytime you're
still
around. Yeah, anytime it sees you. Yep.
That camera, man.
All right, we got the next disaster. Let's go. Not a warning. Neon Blaster. Neon Blaster. Okay, so this one is a disaster where you're you can survive this pretty easily with your fusion coil. Okay, well, let's go ahead and say this. You stand in the middle. Stand it always in the middle when the Neon Blaster is charging up, so that you know which side it's going to be coming from, because it can spawn on the left side or it can spawn on the right side. Goes right to left or left to right, but you want to go to the opposite side of the Neon Blaster. Now, there is some cases where you can, be really, really pro and you can try to jump over the Neon Blaster when it goes over here, but it's really not the best option. It's really not the best, smartest move to do all the time. So yeah, really the best, the main thing with Neon Blasters, you just want to go from right to left or left to right. And I'll show you another trick later on as well when it comes to the Neon Blaster. It's pretty cool. Alright, Red Cliff Army. Red Cliff Army is a mob disaster. If you have gear, if you have any kind of gear, it's pretty easy to survive. You just avoid the mobs as much as possible. That's pretty much it. Now, Red Cliff Warriors, there is one thing about them is that they do burn things. They burn through like parts. They'll burn through like the lava thing, like the lava waves. But otherwise, like you can stand on top of things. You can stand on top of this big tall thing. You'll be fine. Stand behind any kind of cover. Just be careful. You know, just be mindful. That's all. Stay away from him as much as possible, and you're good. It's a pretty simple disaster. All right, next up we have Crazy Robloxian. Crazy Robloxian. We have here. This one is actually pretty simple to survive as well. He goes pretty fast, so you got to be careful. But otherwise, just stay far away from him as possible. One thing that you can do to survive him is you can stand in the corner because he's a big guy. He can actually he'll get stuck in a corner. He won't actually be able to get you. But otherwise, you can go inside the shop. You can go inside of you can go in front of anything that's like indestructible cover. Any like these cranes or anything like that, and he'll be blocked because he's a big, tall guy. So yeah, he's pretty easy to survive in that sense. All right, up next, we're gonna have another map voting thing. Okay, so we're gonna go to the Google Doc here, and we're gonna check off the things that we've seen here. All right, let's go to the Google Doc, and all right, so we saw. Let's see, what did we get? We got. Crazy Robloxian, we got that one. We got Doge was part of the triple. Let's see, we got Get Down. No, we didn't. Giant Gun, Giant Zombie, Green Zone. What else did we get? We got Neon Blaster. We got Neon Blaster, so we can check that off. We got let me see here. Pizza Dude. I think we did. Yeah, we did do Pizza Dude. That was the first one we did, I think, if I remember correctly. Or wait, did we? I don't remember. Actually, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna leave that unchecked just in case we didn't do it. We got Red Cliff Warriors. We did that one. What else did we do? We did Shotgun. We did Shotgun. I remember that. Slingshot. We did Slingshot as well. Yeah. All right. And that's it. That's it for this time around. Alright, so up next we have the Overseer Army. So Overseer soldiers are a pretty tough disaster to deal with. Mainly because they have these big explosions. So the best way to survive them is to stay in high ground. Preferably like somewhere like the house or you know, just anywhere that you can stay high up. Anywhere that takes a long time to destroy. Usually the house, or anything else that's like, you know, just not so easily destroyed. But yeah, that's the best way to survive Overseer soldiers. You do not want to be on the ground. That's the number one thing that you can avoid as much as possible, to stay on the ground. Stay above ground for Overseer soldiers. Alright, we got the Giant Zombie. Giant Zombie is pretty fun. He's not very much of a threat. He's kind of like Crazy Robloxian, where he's just like a big doofus. But yeah, like Giant Zombie, he'll just spray this acid thing or at you if you're close enough, or if you're like above on something like that. So yeah, you just want to avoid that as much as possible because it does damage. If you're close enough to him, he'll try to pick you up. But otherwise, that's pretty much it. Yeah, he's a pretty... he's kind of a goofball of a disaster. Not much of a threat. Hey, it's good to see you, Thogathong. It's good to see you, good to see you, good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. We are talking about every single disaster there is. We're trying to survive every disaster on this game as much as possible. Okay, so Rocket Noobs. Alright, so we got... Rocket Noobs is a very, very tough disaster to survive because you want to be mindful of a lot of things. You got the Rocket Noobs that are going to be running around. They're pretty fast, and then also, yeah, you can see like, yeah, they have rockets that fire pretty quickly. So the main thing you want to do is just run around in circles. See what I'm doing right here, and avoid the corners, avoid the walls because the walls can get exploded by rockets. But you see how I'm doing this right now? That's pretty much the best way you can survive rocket noobs, is by running around. It's kind of like the killbots, but worse. I don't recommend hiding behind cover for rocket noobs, for the record, yeah. Alright, up next we have Slenderman. Slenderman is a disaster where if you have pizza unlocked and you have it fully upgraded, then it's pretty much a free disaster. If you don't run pizza, if you're like me and you're crazy and you don't run pizza sometimes, a medkit with tanker will do. I have the pet medkit right here with the tanker upgrade on it. So if you have tanker on the medkit, see, like I take a lot less damage and I can heal myself whenever I need to. But no, otherwise if you have pizza, you can just spam pizza and you're good. It's pretty much a free disaster. I will explain how it works later on. Alright, we got Crimson Balrog and Barrel Boy. Okay, yeah, this is double trouble, so I'm not going to talk about these disasters not right away. Though this is a pretty easy combo. Just watch, if you want. And done. That was a pretty easy combo compared to a lot of other combos. Call me Bob. Alright. We got Screamer! Alright, Screamer is a disaster where you also want to stay away as much as possible from him, because he will scream at you and he will knock you over, and once you're knocked over, then you are pretty much dead. Luckily he's stuck here, so it's not so bad. But yeah, you just want to stay away as much as possible from him. If you can, use your Epic Katana. This is a disaster you want to use Epic Katana for, because he does go pretty fast. Yeah, he does go. He has pretty high walk speed, so you want to be careful with that. All right, what do we got next? We got press the button. All right, so here's a really cool trick about press the button. Everybody wants to run to the center and press the button, but guess what? The corners are safe. Believe it or not, the corners are safe from press the button. So you can actually stand in the corner, and you'll be safe, and you won't die from press the button. However, contrarily, you can also just stand in the center of the button. The button the area around the button will also be safe. But it's not always the most convenient thing, because you saw how I was close to the corner, so the best way for me to survive there was just standing in the corner. So yeah, there you go. Press the button. It's kind of a gimmicky, kind of a disaster. It's like, someone's always going to press the button. You just got to be careful, to survive it. We got another warning, so we're going to go ahead and, yeah, we're going to go ahead and just survive this thing real quick. Probably survive in the shop. And we're going to go ahead and start working on updating the list. So let's go ahead and switch over to the Google Doc, and we're going to update this list. Alright, so in this previous thing we had, let's see, we had the Crimson Balrog, but that was part of the double. We had, I think we had Rocket Noobs. We did have Rocket Noobs, yes, we had Rocket Noobs, so that was one we can check off. Let's see, did we have Press the Button? We did have Press the Button. Rain Tacos we just had, which is also double trouble. That doesn't count. We had Overseer Soldiers. Yes, we did do that. We did do that. We had Monkey. Did I talk about Monkey? I don't know. I don't think I did. No. I did talk about Killbots earlier. I do remember that. Let's see. Giant Zombie. We did Giant Zombie. We did Crazy Robloxian as well. Yeah, Crazy Robloxian is already checked off. Any other disasters? I need you guys. Any chat, come help me. Remember which disasters did we do? I don't think we did any of these. Yeah, we didn't do any of these. Okay, so I think that's all the disasters we did. Chat, I need you to help if I did forget anything. But I think we got them all. All right, back to the game. Let's go. And we're in this next map. Let's go. So this map's pretty good. It's not bad. It's a good map. It's good. It's pretty easy for surviving. It has a nice big house. Yep. This guy says that's not normal. Go see a doctor. A Roblox guy telling us to go see a doctor. Let's go see a doctor, guys. All right. So we got ciders. So this one's a really cool thing. I'm going to show you guys a cool trick. This spot right here, you will 100% be safe from ciders all the time. Doesn't matter if you are one person or 16 people in a server, you will always be safe in this one spot. Now be careful, because if you stand over here, you will take damage. It's only this one specific spot in the shop that you will be safe from all 4 ciders. Otherwise, you can out-heal them pretty easily with pizza. Yeah, so that's also another thing. And yeah, and just if you can stand underneath like any kind of indestructible cover, that's also a thing. Just don't stay out in the open for ciders. That's the main thing. Just don't stay out in the open. Alright, up next, we have the Saw Blade. Saw Blade is a relatively new disaster, and you kind of want to treat it kind of like the UFO, where it's like you can see where it's going to go, and you just want to stay out of its path as much as possible. You also want to keep your distance as much as possible from it, because if it the more distance you have away from it, the more time you have to react. See, like this. If I was right next to it, it wouldn't have been able to, like, it probably would have killed me. But see, like, because I was far away from it, it's a lot easier to survive. So that's the old Saw Blade. Alright, up next we have... What do we have? Jiangxi. Okay, Jiangxi is a mob disaster where you have a lot of little guys that they're pretty fast, so you kind of don't want to outrun them. They jump pretty high, they're fast, they heal when they hit you, so you just really want to stay away from them as much as possible. Let people who are bloxing deal with them if you can. Otherwise, you just want to stay away from them. If you're finding yourself out in the middle, something like that, you just want to epic katana away from them as much as possible. Like most mob disasters anyways. Alright. I've been talking a lot. Alright, what do we got next? We got Shoop the Whoop. Alright, Shoop the Whoop is a pretty funny, pretty basic disaster. It's pretty funny. It's more so for the memes than anything else. But you can see it's just a big laser beam that's in the middle of the map. Don't get hit by the laser beam. That's the main thing. That's the it. That's literally it for this disaster. You just don't get hit by the freaking laser beam. Don't get caught off guard.
Hola.
And that's it. Hello! Welcome to the stream! Welcome. It's so good to hear from you. Welcome. I am currently live streaming. Yes, I am indeed live streaming. Welcome to the chat. Say hi.
Hi, chat.
Hi, chat. Yes. Chat says hi. Alright, we got Death Trampoline. Death Trampoline, you want to stay off the ground. But the thing is with Death Trampoline, you gotta have fast reactions. Because if you happen to be on the ground, on the base plate, whenever the Death Trampoline happens, you're probably going to die. Now, there's a really cool trick you can do with Death Trampoline. You see the spawn point over here? There's an invisible wall. So if you happen to land in the spawn point before Death Trampoline spawns, you'll actually like be safe from the entire disaster. But that's about it. Yep, Death Trampoline, you just want to have quick reactions. Alright, up next, what do we have? Sniper!
Second game?
I'm playing Survive the Disasters 2. Alright, Sniper is a disaster where you want to stay out of the line of sight from the sniper as much as possible, because in 2 seconds, the sniper shoots, and if you are out of cover, you will die. It's like a 2-second kill timer thingy.
Cool. Can I have a gun too?
We have neon laser guns. That's what we have. That's what we basically have.
I was trying to do Beavis and Butthead.
Oh yeah. I've never watched that show. But I'm sure some people who are watching this probably get the reference. Alright, we got a boss disaster. This is the first boss disaster, or I think we did Undyne earlier. Or, well, we're having Undyne again. Okay, so I'll explain this again.
References in this game.
Yeah. A lot of Undyne.
I remember when Minions was once a disaster. That was crazy.
Minions was a disaster at one point.
Yeah, and then it got removed due to copyright. What disaster is this? I'm not watching the stream. I don't know where you're streaming right now.
We're watching Undyne. And I'm streaming live on YouTube and on Twitch. If you go to my website, hopianhopes.com, you can actually see, yeah, where I am live on. But yeah, that's Undyne. I think I've talked about it earlier, but the main thing is just to stay away from her and let her be baited by everyone else. Alright, so we got the bonus round. Bonus round, well, there's not much to say about surviving it, but I'll tell you about how to survive, how to complete the token hunt. Sure, why not? This is my preferred path right here. So...
Alright, I'm gonna join on my computer.
Alright, sounds good. See you in a sec.
See you, man. Hold on, I gotta connect to Wi-Fi here on my computer because... no, I disconnected it. I don't know why. What disaster is next?
Right now it's token hunt. It's not a disaster, but it is there.
I'm the back.
Whoa, is the timer a lot lower now? Oh no, okay, there we go. I got 1,500 tokens. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, there you go. That's my path when it comes to token hunting. Everyone has their own path. Everyone who's a pro has their own kind of path when it comes to doing the token hunts. But that's my path. If you want to check it out, you know, you can rewind the stream. But that's how you get the token hunter badge, the token maniac badge. Alright, so let's go ahead and do a recap right here. With all the disasters. So I did do token hunt, so we'll check that off. Token hunt. Token hunt's not on here. Okay, we have Undyne.
Oh, this is standard mode.
Yeah, this is standard. Yeah. I think we did Witch earlier. I remember Witch. Yeah. Let's see here. What else did we have? We had Shoot the Whoop, so we can check that off one. Yeah, Shoot the Whoop. We had Slenderman earlier, I think. Yeah, we did. And then we had Sniper as well, which I didn't really get much of a chance to talk about it. We'll talk about some more later. Let's see here. What else did we have? We had...
Wait, I forgot what standard mode does.
It's standard disasters. What else is there about it? I don't remember what else we did.
I don't really play the game that much.
Okay. Okay, we got Tsunami.
Oh, are you doing a... Oh, you're doing like a... Oh, you're not ending until you survive like all the disasters.
Yes, I'm actually going through every single disaster.
Yeah, kind of like a bingo.
Kind of like a bingo. Yeah, it's kind of like it's disaster bingo. That's what we're gonna call this. It's calling this disaster bingo.
Disaster bingo.
I love that. So right now you guys just saw Tsunami. I'll talk about it again because I didn't actually get to talk about it, so we'll talk about it later. Okay. All right. So up next we have Dynamites. All right, Dynamites is a pretty simple disaster to deal with. Just avoid the Dynamites. There is one thing that is kind of gimmicky about it though. Just be careful. Because if you do get hit by a dynamite, if it just happens to land right directly on top of you, it can fling you and you could get knocked out for a few seconds. And you don't want to be knocked out for a few seconds because you could accidentally run into a explosion or something like that. But otherwise, dynamites is pretty easy to deal with. Just avoid them. That's all you really have to do. You have like 3 seconds to avoid them when it comes to the normal dynamites. Hyper dynamites is a little bit shorter of a fuse, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and they're they're faster.
Yeah, they are faster. Hyper dynamites. All right, we got Trickster. Trickster's pretty cool. All right, so with Trickster, you're gonna see like a little thing up here. Yeah, somebody already triggered it, but there's a random little thing up here.
What
just want to stay away from him, really. He goes pretty fast if he gets triggered.
Is that a reference to like another game?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it's like... Oh, it's probably an Animal Crossing reference, actually, now that I think of it. Yeah, it might be an Animal Crossing reference.
Animal Crossing?
Yeah. It might be. I'm not sure. Actually, I never played Animal Crossing. I'm just saying shit. But anyways, yeah, so that's Trickster right there. It's pretty easy disaster. Just stay away from him as much as possible. It's a Tanuki. Okay, there we go. It's a Tanuki, that's what somebody says. Okay, Noobs! Noobs is an easy disaster. It's the easiest disaster ever. It used to be, actually. Now it's a little bit tougher. So, they have this really funny run. So, yeah, and they're actually pretty fast, so it's kind of hard to survive while you're a pacifist. But otherwise, yeah, they'll just, like, run around and hit you. See how fast that guy is. You can block them pretty easily. You can see, like, this guy's dark hearting them. If you don't want to have to deal with them, just stand on high ground. Standing on high ground is pretty much the best way to deal with noobs.
Sorry.
Hi, Matt. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. We got a warning. Okay, so we can talk about what we've seen. Explosive noobs. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one. Just gonna stay safe as much as possible up here, because ground spiker is gonna deal with the below. Explosive noobs is gonna destroy any kind of cover we have, any kind of high ground we have.
My Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi's buns.
Your Wi-Fi's buns. I'm sorry to hear that.
Buns, bro.
Got pretty good blocks from that too.
I deal with this stuff almost every day.
All right, we got a boss. Let's go. We got our second boss. Hopefully, we're not gonna get Undyne again. Hopefully. All right, what do we got? What kind of boss we got? We got Yojimbo. Okay, Yojimbo is kind of a tough disaster to deal with. So everything he does, except for the slash disaster, yeah, the slash does 100 damage, but everything else you can pretty much out heal most of the time, except for when he does his dash. So the main thing to remember about his dashing is stay away from his spawn points. Stay away from any kind of spawn points, because that's what he dashes to. He dashes to any kind of spawn points that are nearby. Otherwise,
oh, so that explains. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Otherwise, he'll throw kunais.
And the sword thingy, that.
Yeah, the sword thing as well. You want to out heal everything, and then you just want to stay away from any kind of spawn points, because spawn points is what he dashes to.
So the sword move is deadly.
Yeah.
It's also kind of cool though.
Burglars! Alright, burglars!
This guy is so cool.
Burglars is kind of like noobs, where you want to stay up on high ground. Pretty much, you know, it's pretty easy to deal with.
They don't just kill you, they steal all your points.
Yeah, so if they hit you, they do steal money. They're actually really fast, too. So outrunning them is generally not the best idea. Mostly, you just want to stay on high ground.
Yeah.
That's the deal with burglars. Burglars. Burglars.
First it was thief.
Yes, it used to be thief.
First the disaster was thief.
It used to be thief.
One singular thief.
Yes, it it survived the disasters one. It was so easy to blocks.
Still is. And
All right.
They just updated the classic game too.
Yeah. They did, because they allowed in-game moderators to deal with exploiters in the classic game as well. All right, so if you guys want to check out the chat real quick. Avenge Matt says that you mostly want to stay away from any spawn point paths with Yojimbo. Stand in a spot that's not between two spawn points. That's the main key when it comes to Yojimbo. Yojimbo is a tough disaster. It's kind of hard to learn how to deal with him, but once you get it, you kind of got it. You just got to be careful. Even when you're trying to block him, it's still kind of tough to deal with. So yeah, keep that in mind for Yojimbo. Alright, we got the next map vote, so let's go ahead and go back to my list, the checklist. And we're going to talk about what we've seen. Alright, so we did see Yojimbo, so let's go ahead and check that off. We got anything else from here? We got Trickster. We did take Trickster. Let's see, did we do anything else? We got Ciders. We had Ciders earlier. We had Screamer earlier, I remember that. We had What else did we have? We had noobs. When noobs, the easiest disaster. Neon Trooper. We haven't had that yet. We're gonna talk about that one.
Did you choose?
Magnifier.
Suspicious suburbs.
Jiangxi. We did talk about Jiangxi. Hot potato, icicles. Nope, we haven't got those. Haven't got those. Haven't got those. Because of Fury, Fast Floods, Explosive. We did get Explosive Noobs, but that was part of the double. So we haven't. That doesn't count. Delinquent, Death Trampling. We did Death Trampling. We talked about that, but we're going to talk about it a little bit more later. Crimson Balrog. Nope. Nope. Camera. No, we haven't got any of these. We did talk about burglars. All right, and that's all the ones that we did. I think. Yeah, that's all. All right, back to the game. Alright, we got zombies! Zombies time! Zombie. You know that game, that song by the Cranberries? Zombie. Yeah, it's zombie time. Alright, so, zombies, you don't want to do what I'm doing right now. Don't do that.
I've never heard that song before.
So, with zombies,
I never heard the Cranberries.
You want to be very careful with zombies, in general, because they do a lot of damage. So, don't do what I'm doing, unless you know what you're doing. Mostly you just want to stand on top of the roof of something, stand on top of any kind of high ground. Zombies can pile up, they can stack up and get you, but otherwise they're pretty, yeah, they're pretty easily dealt with the high ground stuff. Alright, Core Blocks Army. So we got Core Blocks Army here. This is what we got in, so with this disaster, it's also pretty simple to deal with. Just be careful because they do launch these ice balls. These ice balls, well, everybody's blocks the freaking Core Blocks mages, so it's kind of hard to talk about them. The ice balls, they do throw these ice balls at you, so you can stand on high ground, which is the recommended option, but you also got to be careful with these ice balls because they do 20 damage to you every time they hit you. So yeah, just be careful with that. Try to avoid them as much as possible, or out-heal them, like with the pizza or whatever. Alright, up next, let's go. Magnifier. Alright, so Magnifier is a tough disaster if you don't have anything that's indestructible cover. So we have this cover right here, but the way Magnifier works is that it focuses on one person. For 3-4 seconds, it will focus on one person, and it burns through objects pretty quickly. So you just gotta be careful because it does do a lot of damage, and it can randomly target you. It's kind of like Sniper will randomly target people, and if you're not careful, you can be caught off guard, and it will burn you to a crisp really quickly. So the best option is to just stand behind cover, preferably indestructible cover, or some kind of cover that's like not easily, melted through. All right, we got a warning. So we're not gonna talk about
how the magnifier disaster kind of reminds me of like when kids used to use magnifying glasses to like kill bugs.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what it's about. That's a funny, yeah. It's funny to think about it that way.
See stuff like that in ants.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a stupid movie.
The ant pulley.
What the ant movie?
Yeah, I know.
The ants.
A Bug's Life, or which one?
The other one, the one by DreamWorks.
Yeah, I think it's the ant bully. That's what it's called.
Oh, there's no. Well, that wasn't from DreamWorks. I think that was from another company.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know which one you're talking about then.
Ants from DreamWorks, the one with Sylvester Stallone and I forgot the other cast.
Anyways, we got Snowman here. Let's see. Okay, so Snowman's a really easy disaster to deal with. You just want to be very careful. Like, I guess if you happen to be targeted by him, just don't get targeted. Run away from him as much as possible. But he's pretty easy to deal with. Otherwise, just stay away from him as much as possible. He gets killed very quickly if you're in a server with a lot of people in it.
But
yeah,
I think this was a reference to like the first game, like the giant snowman.
The giant snowman, yeah. It's just basically giant snowman, just revamped. Giant snowman 2.0.
This map is so cool though.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. It's got some Easter eggs in it too. Alright, we got Nuclear Bomb. Alright, this one's a good one. Alright, so this one, you just want to be very careful with this this big thing, this big blinking red dot, you know what that big blinking red dot means? It means that there is a nuclear bomb that's going to be dropped on it. So get away from that big red dot as much as possible. And that's how you survive. That's it. If you want to be really fancy, you can like try to like rocket jump over it. I have a little short video that I did some time ago where I tried to rocket jump over it, and like you can, you know, be really, you can try to make yourself look really cool by jumping over it. But no, if you're not trying to be fancy, just stay away from it as much as possible. Look for the big red dot and run away from it. That's it. All right, up next we have the Pizza Dude. All right, Pizza Dude is going to be targeting, always going to target the person that's the closest to it. So that's the main key to surviving Pizza Dude, is look at who it's targeting and stay away from where it's targeting. Yeah, that's it, basically. And then also stay away from, you know, stay in a corner, stay in the back side of the map so that it doesn't end up targeting you. If it does end up happening, you know, to target you, you just want to dodge it as much as possible. Use a like rocket launcher, use whatever you can, use Epic Katana, just dodge it as much as possible.
Revamp Ninja Noob.
Ninja Noob, yeah, basically. Alright, we got the boss. We got Black Mage. Alright, Black Mage is a pretty easy disaster to deal with if you have a lot of people, but if you don't, here's the trick to it. Those fireballs that she throws, yeah, she will only target places that are not on the sides of the map. So you can actually survive by standing right here on the sides of the map, and when it comes to the poison disaster, right, just walk out of it. You know, walk out of it and heal over, you know, out heal it if you can. But that's pretty much it. Hey, thanks for the subscription. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks for subscribing. It's been a good. Appreciate you. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's the deal with Black Mage. That's one trick to dealing with Black Mage, is that you always want to stand in the sides of the map. If you stand on the sides of the map, you're good. You're golden. You don't have to worry about having to survive her.
So glad, so happy that they bring back a Green Hill Zone.
Yeah, Green Hill Zone is pretty awesome. Yeah, Green Hills, as they renamed it. Yeah, we haven't seen that map yet. I hope we do get to see it during the stream. The stream.
They did bring it back, along with like the classic game. However, I just think that, well, I think that like some songs have been like copyrighted. Either that or like the music system is just bugged in the first game.
Yeah. The music was better in the first game before. But yeah, alright. Let's quickly check off these things. We did see Black Mage. We saw... what else did we see?
I think this is like... I think this map is like...
We saw Dynamites earlier. I remember that. Okay. Yeah, Alex Neutron. Okay. Let's stay away from them. Okay. Alex Neutron. We gotta... hold on. Let me... close this thing. Actually, you know what? I'll skip this one. I'll talk about it later. I'll skip this one for now. What were we saying about this map?
I think this map was like based on like a Kirby Air Ride stage, maybe.
Probably, possibly, yeah. There is a lot of Kirby Air Ride music. Oh, we did the zombies. We did Yojimbo. We did
Metroid music. Not Metroid, but like F-Zero.
Yeah. All right. What else did we get? We got Snowman. Yeah.
I gotta make.
All right, we got Volcano. Volcano time. All right, so Volcano is always going to spawn in one of the corners, and if it happens to be your corner, you gotta get away from that corner. You saw how close that was to me. Yeah, if it happens to be in the corner that you are in, get away, because there is no chance of surviving this at all. This big thing that spells death, essentially. Yeah.
You can originally survive that in natural disaster survival.
Yeah.
It's like, it's literally the easiest thing to find. You just get on the top of the volcano and that's it.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, my guy's glitching out for some reason. No! Alright. I'm gonna skip this. Alright, Pac-Man. Pac-Man. Alright, so Pac-Man, you want to avoid him as much as possible. He's gotten a lot easier now. He's got a little thing a little trail that leads ahead of him so that you know which way he's gonna go, but he does chase after people. So your best option is either going to be standing on top of something that's high ground, but he does eat those things, or just staying away from him in general. If he goes in that corner, just come to this corner, you know? That kind of thing. That's how it works. Alright.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. I've never seen that before. Maybe
They were saying earlier that actually the corners are safe, but it's weird.
The corners are not safe anymore. No, not with Pac-Man anymore. It used to be the case where it was safe a long time ago, but yeah, no, it's not safe anymore. Anyways, so we got Thunderstorm here. So Thunderstorm, you just basically want to stand underneath cover, any kind of cover that you can find. Stand underneath it, preferably indestructible cover. So this building is indestructible, so it won't be damaged by the Thunderstorm. If you can't find indestructible cover, find some kind of cover, because if you're out in open, there is a chance that the Thunderstorm will strike you. Alright, up next, what do we have? Rising Lava. Okay, so Rising Lava is a pretty simple disaster, except that you want to be standing on top of any kind of higher ground. Preferably higher ground that is not able to be melted. So here I'm standing on a platform that's indestructible. If you're standing on the house, for example, the house can be melted. So you want to stand on something that's not going to be able to be melted, because once it does melt, there's a chance of it glitching out, and you can be dunked into the lava and then you'll die. So you gotta be careful with that, but otherwise lava is pretty simple. Just don't stand in the lava. If you happen to touch the lava, your body parts are gonna melt, and you're gonna die. So yeah, just avoid the lava. I gotta say a quick shout out. Hey Piano Car, it's so good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. It's so awesome to see you. You're awesome. Thanks for joining. Thanks. It's good to see you. Alright. Meteors. I've talked about this already before, but I'll talk about it again. You want to stay away from anywhere. You just want to keep, go in first person mode and look up. That's the main thing with meteors. Avoid them at all costs. Now, some people do like to stand in the corners over here, like for example over here. They like to stand in this undercover, in this indestructible cover. I personally do not trust it. I have seen cases where a meteor has fallen through and they have exploded that area. So yeah, really the best option when it comes to meteors is just looking up. Alright, up next, we have shurikens. Now this is something you want to stand underneath cover for. This is safe. This right here. Now you do not want to be out and open. One thing you absolutely do not want to be doing in shuriken disaster is standing out and open. Even if you're jumping up in the air, shurikens can still get you. They can snipe you, and they do have a chance. They have a % chance of hitting you while they have a % chance of targeting you. So it's not random. They actually do target people. So you just gotta be careful. The shurikens can actually kill you.
All right.
Stand underneath cover. Now it can't be. It can't be.
Go.
All right. Thanks for joining. Yeah, it's been good talking to you.
Talking to you too.
Yeah. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Up next we have Monkey. I think I already talked about this, but I think I'll go ahead and talk about it again just in case. So with Monkey, the main thing about him is that he runs really quickly, and he does run towards people, and at the same time he does throw bananas. So just stay away from him as much as possible. That's the main thing about him. He runs around in circles. It's not always consistent. If he does touch you, he heals, or not. He doesn't heal. He instantly kills you. So yeah, you just really want to stay away from him as much as possible. And then there's the bananas that he leaves behind. They can be tricky to deal with, so you just gotta be careful with that. Careful not to run into them while surviving other disasters, because they do a lot of damage.
Something important to note is that if you touch a banana, make sure to press space to jump out of the ragdoll as soon as possible. You can do it
Very
at any
solid
time.
point. Very important point. Yes, yes. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Some
All
people
right.
like to clean the map between rounds, but when the map changes, they are gone anyway.
Yeah, yeah. That is. Yeah. Some people do like to clean that up for some reason. All right. We saw shurikens, right? We saw shurikens.
Yes.
What else did we see? Let's see. I'm checking off my list here. We saw thunderstorm.
We got racing lava.
Rising lava. Yeah, that's good. Yep. What else did we get? We got. I think we did. We got Corbolas Major
Meteors?
earlier. We got meteors. Yep, that's a good point. Yep. Did we get?
Pac-Man?
We did get Pac-Man. Yes. Yeah. Let me check that off. We got Alex Neutron earlier, but I didn't talk about him, so that doesn't count. Yeah, I don't think of anything else. Okay.
Me neither.
Alright, up next we have Delinquent. So now we have Delinquents. This is a pretty tough disaster. You want to stay out of cover, or you want to stay in cover, you want to stay behind something, because the Delinquents, they shoot at you, they shoot pretty far, and they do a decent amount of damage. You don't want to be close to them, you don't want to be anywhere near them, and you want to stay behind cover, somewhere that they're not going to be able to shoot through as easily. Preferably some kind of indestructible cover, but if it's destructible, just be mindful, because they can destroy cover with their little guns. But yeah, Delinquent's pretty easy to survive. They're just annoying if you're not in cover, if you don't have any accessible cover nearby. Alright, up next we have Fists of Fury. Fists of Fury! So it's the remodeled Stone Droid. Basically, it does big explosions, and the best way to survive it, the best way to know how to survive it, is to watch where the face is looking. If you can see where the face is looking, you know what's going to hit next. Careful with the explosions. You can dodge them pretty easily. Don't get close to him. I don't see why you would, but just be careful. You know, watch the explosions. Sometimes they can destroy things that are destroyable, like this house. Don't want to stand on top of the house. Just really want to dodge as much as possible. Alright, we got another boss. Let's see if it's a boss that we've seen before. Alright, we got Reaper. Alright, no, we haven't seen this one yet. So Reaper is a disaster where you really want to keep an eye on this guy, because he does things that can hurt you pretty bad. So yeah, just keep an eye on him. Avoid the slashes at all costs. His slashes are annoying. They're big. You want to jump over them. You want to dodge them as much as possible. Dodge those balls too, but they're not so bad. It's mostly the slashes. You just gotta be careful with the slashes. Keep an eye on Reaper at all times if you want to survive. By the way, I forgot to say, Super Cool Lad's over here in the stream with me. Yeah, hey! Super Cool Lad, it's so good to see you. It's so good to hear your harmonica with us as well. Say hi, yes. And he plays his harmonica, yes. Alright, we got UFO, as we also could call it UFO. The UFO. Alright, so UFO, you also want to keep an eye on him as much as possible, because it will go from one side of the map to the other. It targets random people, but you see how fast that goes. Yeah, you gotta be careful. If it happens to target you, or if it happens to go in your path, have your epic katana ready as much as possible, because you're gonna want to use it as quickly as possible to get out of the way from the UFO. But keep an eye on UFO at all times, because it's a tough disaster. All right, we got a warning. We got a warning, so we're not gonna count this one. We can look at we'll just survive this normally, and I get a chance to not talk for a second. All right. Alright. Next disaster will happen in 7 seconds. Alright, let's do this. Got my handy dandy fusion coil. We got tiny noobs. It's the tiny noobs. Okay, so tiny noobs are pretty easy to survive. It's kind of like the regular noobs, except that they're tiny. And yeah, as long as you're standing on high ground, you'll be fine. Like if you're standing on Blitz House, you're fine. If you're standing anywhere that's like not easy for them to reach, you're fine. Pretty much. Not much to it. Just the tiny noobs. They're tiny. They're just noobs, but they're tiny. There's not much else to say about it.
I guess they are technically faster.
They are technically just a tiny bit faster, yeah. And they have ice physics as well.
But they also deal like half damage, so it's fine.
Yeah. And we have coil noobs. Talk about noobs. Alright, so we got coil noobs here. And coil noobs are kind of like noobs, but they have coils. So they can jump higher. So you're not always going to be safe in a high spot, because there is gravity coil noobs. But you can kind of outrun them. You can try to outrun them as much as possible. You got speed noobs, you got regen noobs, all kinds of different noobs. You see, like, the speed noob is actually outrunning me here, because it has higher move speed than I do. So you want to just stay up on the high ground, but be careful with the gravity coil noobs, because the gravity coil noobs can jump up there. And just stay away from them as much as possible. Alright, we got a bonus round. It's bonus round time. What do we got? We got the coin balloon. Alright, so coin balloon is kind of like, I don't know, there's not much to say about it. You just shoot the coin balloon with anything you have, and every 100 health that you deal to it, it drops coins. And if you happen to kill it, then it also happens to give you Blockster. Yeah, we killed it really quickly. Wow, that was very fast. That was 10 seconds. Wow. Alright. But yeah, there you go. That's the coin balloon for you. If you happen to kill it, it gives you Blockster, and then it just drops coins everywhere. Yay, bonuses! Alright, let's go to...
Worth noting, people don't tend to notice this, but only coins you spawn give the whole value. Any other coin gives you half, and the other half to the person that made it spawn.
Ah, interesting. So if someone else spawned a coin, you don't get the full value of it. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Someone else picks up your coins.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Alright, anyways, so let's go back to the list, and we're gonna go through and see what we have survived, what we have talked about. We talked about coil noobs, we did talk about coil noobs, we talked about tiny noobs. Delinquents, we did talk about delinquents. Yeah, you didn't know it dropped coins every 100 health. There you go, you learned something new, super cool lad. That's why it drops so many coins. We did see explosive noobs earlier, but that was part of a double. Fist of Fury, we saw big Fist of Fury earlier. I remember that. We saw tiny noobs. We saw UFO. We saw Volcano earlier. We didn't see anything else here. We got no giant gun, no green zone yet. Potato, no lumberjack, magnifier. We saw magnifier.
Wolf, but that doesn't count.
What'd you say?
The hyper version of the World and Food Zone.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. No, can't be anything that's a warning. We saw monkey earlier. Monkey. All right, oil spill. We didn't see that yet.
No. Oh, didn't we see it earlier in the temple? Or was the stream still screwed by then?
The stream was still screwed, I think. All right, let's get back to the game. What we have? We have oil spill. Here we go. Speaking of. All right, let's go. All right, so we got oil spill here. So oil spill, the way it works is there's a big giant oil can that drops in the middle of the map, so don't stand in the middle of the map or else the oil can's going to kill you. But otherwise, you want to stand on some kind of high ground, because the oil spill does go pretty high. Now, there is also, if there isn't any natural high ground, there's also these trusses. You can see the super cool lads over here jumping on top of these trusses. So you can climb on these. And specifically for oil spill, these happen to spawn with every spawn point. So look for the spawn points. That's where the trusses will spawn. And you can climb on those and you can survive oil spill. Now we have Polyhex. All right, Polyhex is an interesting disaster. Now, you can see here that, you know, if you're close to him, he throws bombs that are, you know, pretty easy to dodge. But if you're far away from him, if you're like on the opposite side of the map, he throws these bombs really far. And yeah, you want to be very careful, because if you're not expecting a bomb, it can come at you in the last second and it can kill you. See, look at how far, look how high these bombs are being thrown. So it doesn't matter how far you are from him, he will still throw bombs at you. So what's the best way to survive him? Personally, I like to stand next to him. But that's kind of, you know, ballsy on my end. That's kind of, you know, brave. But otherwise, you just want to keep an eye on the bombs. All right, now we have Illumina. Illumina is a big sword that's here in the middle of the map. There's always going to be one guy that's going to, like, you know, go touch it for some reason. But whenever somebody touches it, it causes a big explosion, and you just don't want to be next to it. Don't stand next to the, you know, don't be anywhere close to the explosion. Go to the opposite side or map or something, because otherwise that big explosion is going to kill you. Yep, there you go. There's that big explosion. So yeah, just stay away from the middle. Stay away from the shop. Stay away from the house. Don't touch it, and be careful, because even if someone touches it one time, anyone who hasn't touched it or hasn't died to it yet can still touch it, and it can explode twice. So be careful. Don't get close to the Illumina after somebody touches it. It can explode twice. Alright, now we have Cactoball. Alright, Cactoball is a tough disaster because you want to stand behind cover. But also you gotta be careful, because these balls can they roll around, and they can roll behind the cover. Also, the Cactoball, you can see, like, he throws at these cactus balls. They throw these balls very, you know, at an angle, so it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of hard to predict where it's going to land. They do instant health damage, or they instantly kill you, and the spines, the prickly things, they also do 50 damage if you're not careful, if you're standing next to them. So the best thing is to stand behind some kind of cover, and just be careful with the balls. Alright, Bouncer! Bouncer, Bouncer, Bouncer. This was a lot more dangerous when it first got released, but yeah, now Bouncer's kind of a joke. But the way Bouncer works is that you want to stay away from him as much as possible. So he has a lot of range, he has an assault rifle, and he will gun you down so quickly, faster than I can finish the sentence. So yeah, you just want to stay away from Bouncer as much as possible. Stay on the opposite side of the map, and don't stand on something that's high ground, like this guy right here. Don't stand on that, because he can actually jump really high, and he will get you. He will get you really quickly. So just the best option is to stand behind, not stand behind cover, but like just to stay away from him as much as possible. Stand opposite side of the map if you can. Alright, now we have Shedletsky. Shedletsky's this big doofus guy over here. He throws turkey legs, and if you happen to touch him, he does 100 health, so don't touch him. But also, he throws these turkey legs, and he actually shoots them. He throws them pretty far, so you gotta be careful. Like, don't stand still. That's the main thing. You don't want to stand still, and you want to be careful not to run into the turkey legs. But if you're like standing somewhere close to the shop, or somewhere like that's far away, you'll be fine. As long as you stay far away from Shedletsky, you'll be fine. Yeah, he's a pretty easy disaster to survive. Just a big doofus. Alright, what we have next. Avalanche! Alright, Avalanche is a disaster where you can actually be safe from it inside of the shop, believe it or not. So shop is an option, but otherwise you want to stay somewhere that's behind cover, somewhere that's going to be not reachable by the balls, the avalanche balls, because those avalanche snowballs will instantly kill you. So you just want to be careful not to be in the way of those avalanche snowballs. Once they do land, once they stop moving, it's pretty easy to walk around. Not too hard, but you just gotta have quick reflexes not to get hit by the avalanche. And sometimes they do roll up, so standing on high ground is not always an option. Now we have Neon Trooper. Alright, Neon Trooper is one of the tougher disasters to deal with, because he goes around in different places and he shoots. So, first of all, you want to take out your healing thing, but you also want to stay away from the center. Stay far away from the center. That's the trick for dealing with Neon Trooper, because he always flies around. He'll fly around in different places, but he always stays around the center. So stay away from the center, pull out your healing tool, and watch out for that last beam right there, because that last beam, he faces the direction that he's going to shoot. So just, you know, once he charges it up, be ready to dodge if you need to, because that thing is very quick to shoot, and it instantly kills you. So yeah, but otherwise, main thing with the deal with Neon Trooper is to stay away from the middle. A lot of people don't know that, and a lot of people don't realize that. They're like, this thing is so overpowered, but no, it's not really that bad as long as you just don't stay away from the, stay away from the middle. It does target random people, so you're not always safe from being targeted, even if you're far away from it. But yeah, all right. Anyways, let's go back to our list here. We did check off quite a bit of disasters this time, so let's check it out. All right, so we did barrel. No, we did bouncer. We did bouncer. We did Neon Trooper. Neon Trooper's over here. We did Shedletsky. We did... what else did we do? Oil spill. Polyhex. We did Polyhex. We did Reaper. Let's see. Fireworks. We haven't done yet. Have we done anything else? Help me out, chat. Have we done anything else? I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, we did Fist of Fury. That's right. But, okay. Hold on. Ah, shoot. Alright. We're gonna skip this one. But it's... Or actually, we can't. We don't have to skip this one. Okay. Actually, he's probably gonna die soon anyways. Yeah, this isn't a good example of Kick anyways. Kick. We'll talk about Kick some other time. Goofy little thing. Hope you guys are having a good day. I've been having a pretty good day. I'm having a long day talking a lot. Oh, we got another boss. Let's see what kind of boss we got. I'm guessing it's gonna be Giant Noob. I guessed it right! Alright, so we got Giant Noob. Stay away from him as much as possible, because he has this body slam move that's this right here, and he can catch you off guard. It can be very surprising if he body slams you out of nowhere and you're just like not expecting it. Very high range. Otherwise, he's a big noob. Yeah, he's pretty easy to blocks if you have a lot of people that are able to blocks. But yeah, just stay away from him as much as possible if you're trying to survive. Alright, now we have Shogun. Shogun's a fun disaster because there's this guy right here. This guy's called a Shogun. He does a lot of damage, but if you kill him, you kill all the other mobs. Yeah, you kill all the other mobs in the disaster, and that's it. You know, you're done with the disaster. The only thing is that Shogun has a lot of damage, or he has a lot of health, and he does a decent amount of damage. So yeah, you just gotta be careful with him, and not to get overwhelmed by the other samurai. But otherwise, you can stand on high ground. It's pretty easy to survive. There's not much to it. As long as you stand on high ground, you're pretty good. Alright, we got X-Bomb. X-Bomb is a tricky disaster because you have to have fast reflexes. X-Bomb's always going to either do a plus or it's going to do an X. And depending on how that works, you have to dodge. So you just have to have really quick reflexes. One place that's always going to be safe from the X-Bomb, no matter what, even if it's hyper, one place that's always going to be safe, guaranteed, is going to be the shop. So if you want to always survive X-Bomb, stand at the shop. Now we have Get Down. As the disaster suggests, you want to get down. It's just don't get on any high ground and have fast reflexes. Those two disasters are disasters that are, yeah, you want to have fast reflexes for, otherwise if you don't have fast reflexes, you're gonna die. Alright, we got a warning disaster, so time for me not to talk for a little bit. My voice is getting hoarse. What is it? Is ninjas? Okay, ninjas is fine. We can talk about my checklist. We can do the checklist. Alright. Alright, so, we saw Avalanche earlier. We saw... haven't seen these yet. We saw Cock the Ball, yep. We saw... let me see... we see Epic Katana, Explosive... no. Tiny Noob, Septic Block, Tornado, Tsunami. We did see Tsunami, I had to talk about it. X-Bomb, we talked about X-Bomb just now. Okay. Let's see. Giant Gun, haven't seen that one yet. Oh, shit! Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't realize that that was not the last disaster of the set. So we still had 1 or 2 more disasters. I almost died. But anyways, Giant Gun, here we go. This is Giant Gun. The way Giant Gun works is it doesn't break through any blocks. It's actually pretty easy to survive. Just gotta stand behind any kind of cover. But be careful because the Giant Gun does spawn on a random spawn point. So it can, like, if you're hiding behind here, if you're standing here, and all of a sudden you get Giant Gun, the Giant Gun can spawn right here and it can kill you really quickly. So if you happen to be close to it, you wanna move out of the way. Yeah, you want to move away from it so you have higher reaction time. Now we have Neon Cat. Neon Cat we have here. It's the Pop-Tart cat. It's kind of a meme more than anything. It's kind of like Shoop the Whoop, except that, you know, sometimes Neon Cat will go over here in the center. Sometimes Neon Cat will always go on this side, on the right side. But one thing that you can always be sure of, if you want to always survive Neon Cat, stand on the left side. Right here, because Neon Cat will never go to the left side. Even the Hyper version will never go to the left side. That's how you can always survive Neon Cat.
At least the normal one is supposed to never touch walls.
Yeah. Normal one doesn't ever touch walls. The Hyper one does touch the right wall sometimes. Alright, back to my checklist. Before I was rudely interrupted by Giant Gun. Well, we saw Giant Gun, there we go. And then Neon Cat. Yeah. We saw Nuclear Bomb earlier. We haven't seen anything else. Pizza Dude, Rainy Tacos, Rising Acid. Nope. Spike Walls, Tetris, Time Bombs. Nope, none of these. Okay. Yeah, we're all caught up, I think. Yeah, that's all of them that we've got so far. Alright, awesome. I actually have time to talk. Alright, or actually have time to not talk. Alright, alright, so we got 10 seconds left. Hope you guys are having a good day. It's been, yeah, already talked about that. But I'm glad you guys are watching. Thanks for watching, by the way. It's been good. Alright, so we got Pac-Man Ghosts. Pac-Man Ghosts is unlike Pac-Man. It will not destroy blocks. So you're actually really safe. This is actually a really easy disaster as long as you're standing on top of something that's high enough to avoid the Pac-Man Ghosts. Because Pac-Man Ghosts do go through things, so you're not safe. If you're on the ground and you're standing behind some kind of cover, you're unsafe. But if you're not on the ground and you're like somewhere above, then you're fine. Yeah, Pac-Man Ghost is safe on the house or even on top of like any tall structures like this. Pretty easy. Alright, we got a warning. So, fix things real quick. Hold on. Let me fix my camera. Because I can notice that my camera's a little bit too exposed with the light. There we go. Fixed it. Alright, and let me put this down a little bit. Fixed. Alright. You guys remember how I was talking about Avalanche earlier? Yeah, that spot where I was standing just now is not safe. Alright, let me fix this camera. There we go. Too low. Meanwhile, my little guy keeps glitching out. Alright, mine spawn! It's mine spawn again. Alright, so for mine spawn, you're going to see every spawn point that there is around here on the map, and there's going to be a mine that's put on it. Stay away from the spawn points as much as possible. That's all you got to do. If you stay away from the spawn points, you survive. However, you want to have very quick reflexes, because if you happen to find yourself next to a spawn point, for example, if you're on Panic Pyramid, you're standing beside one of those spawn points, that's like one of the safe ones, you want to get away from that as much as possible. So mine spawn is mostly easy. You just gotta be careful not to be around it. You know, just to have fast reflexes. Alright, so we got fireworks here. So fireworks is a disaster where you're going to have fireworks that are launched from this thing, and they actually do target players. So you got to be careful with that. You got to be careful, you know, be mindful, look out for those things, because they can bounce around and they can actually bounce towards you. And don't jump up. Whatever you do, do not jump. Do not use a gravity coil, do not use a fusion coil, do not jump, because those explosions will still get you. So the best thing really is to use a epic katana or something else of that sort to get away from the yeah, fireworks. Alright, tsunami! Tsunami! Oh, this is a hyper disaster. Okay, well, never mind. I guess we can talk about
I
it.
actually even recommend staying on the ground during the fireworks so you can see very clearly where
Yes,
they are.
it's a very good idea to stay on the ground during fireworks, because sometimes they do get lodged underneath things. They get put in places that you don't realize that they are, and then suddenly you'll be caught off guard. You'll be like, oh, wow, I didn't see that there, and it killed me.
As well.
Yeah, yeah, you don't want to go up in the air as well.
Yeah, do not air stall that shit. Do not air stall.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, up next, we have the Beehive. Beehive disaster. It's a pretty easy disaster. Careful where the Beehive lands. Once you see where the Beehive lands, pull out your epic katana. Stay away from the Beehive as much as possible, because those bees will cut you up so quickly. I don't know what they're carrying on there. They might have knives or something like that, but yeah, just don't stay away from the bees. This guy's
I was
just
playing Temple and Beehop got stuck on top of the area. Well, one of the temples.
yeah. Well, sometimes you get lucky like that, but most of the time you just want to stay away from the Beehive as much as possible. That's pretty much it. Stay away from the Beehive. Or from the bees. Because they kill really quickly. Alright, we got the Witch. I think I talked about this already, but I think it was off stream. Alright, so with the Witch is the potions. So she throws 3 different types of potions. She throws the poison potions, she throws ice potions, and she throws lava potions. They each have their own unique effects. So the poison potions, for example, they will create a poison cloud. The lava potion, they burn parts, and then the acid potions, they make acid blocks, and then the ice potions, they slow you down, and they create ice blocks. With the Witch, you can actually out-heal her using pizza or even a medkit most of the time, since she does target everything. Yeah, she does target like random people, so she's probably not going to target you more than once unless you're next to somebody. Alright, ghosts. Ghosts. This is a pretty easy disaster, but the problem with ghosts is that they fly, so you don't want to stand somewhere that is, like, you don't want to stand still. You don't want to stand out in open. You don't want to stand, somewhere that's on top of the house, not realizing there's going to be a ghost that's going to be up next to you, because they do move pretty quickly. They can outrun you. I have the stuff that I need to out-heal them, but if you're new, you're not going to be able to out-heal them. So you want to be able to, want to stand behind some kind of cover. Stand behind, like, the house, for example, or stand behind something that's going to block the ghosts from being able to get to you. That's how to survive ghosts. Alright, back to the Google Sheet. Let's go check it out. See what we've checked off this list. We've got the Beehive, I remember that clearly. We did just do ghosts. We did fireworks. We did get down earlier, I remember that. We did, let's see, Alex Neutron. No, we haven't done that one yet. Barrel Boy, Bombers. We haven't seen Barrel Boy in a little bit. That's interesting. Explosive Noobs, Flash Flood, Green Zone. Lumberjack, mine spawn. Mine spawn. We did see just mine spawn. The ninjas. I think we saw that earlier. I don't. No, that was a mystery. Yeah, it doesn't count. We saw Pac-Man ghosts. We saw Avalanche. We saw again. Tetris, time bombs, time block, tornado, tsunami. We saw tsunami, but that was the hyper version. That doesn't count. Yeah. That's all that we saw this time. Alright. As we get this list filled up more and more, I'm going to have less and less to check off. Which is perfect for me, because that's less for me to have to talk. Oh! Somebody brought me some food.
Very, very I'm not eating it yet. Because then you're gonna yell at me and say, that was really hot.
Okay, love. Sounds good. I will not eat that right away, because it is very hot. Anyways, we got the time bomb disaster. Time bomb disaster here is pretty easy. You just gotta be careful. Just keep it, keep an eye out, because there could be time bombs that spawn like literally right next to you. They drop right next to you, and they can also drop onto you. Yeah. So, and then sometimes they also do roll. So you don't want to stand like uphill from something. So, like for example, time bombs. If you're like right here and then the time bomb falls like right here, it can fall over to you. All right, lumberjack. All right, so lumberjack, the way it works is actually it targets the center between all players. Now you're gonna see it. It's gonna always, when you're in a big server, it's always gonna fall right in the middle. It's almost always going to fall right in the middle, so you just want to stand on the sides. But if you're ever by yourself, or if it's ever like two people and you also happen to be in the same area, it's going to target you. So you want to be very careful, and you want to move very quickly. Because it will fall on top of you if you're not careful. So you want to use your epic katana to move out of the way. But otherwise, yeah, just go to the sides, because 90% of the time, 99% of the time, it's going to like fall in the middle. Speeding wall. Alright, speeding wall. This one is one that everyone struggles with. How do you survive speeding wall? Go to the edges. Right there. There you go. That's it. But so many people die to this because they don't know about this. That's why you're watching this video. Now you know how to survive speeding wall. You're welcome. It's so easy to survive once you know, oh, you just go to the edges. If you're anywhere else besides the edges, you're gonna die. By the way.
Just make sure it's the actual map. Every once in a while you could get tricked.
Alright, we got icicles. Alright, so icicles is a tricky disaster because it has these little icicle thingies that break off. And if you happen to get hit directly on top of you by an icicle, you will die. Like, you'll get 99 damage, which is a lot of damage. So the best way to survive icicles is to have both pizza and medkit. If you don't have one or the other, you can survive. But yeah, just stand underneath cover so that you don't get directly hit, because they do target people. And then have your healing out so that you don't die from the damage. Then we have Scubus. Oh, we're getting all the disasters that we're missing. Okay, so Scubus. Scubus are these big little big head thingies, the goofy eyeball thingies. So they're pretty easy to survive. I mean, like, once they stop moving, they're pretty easy to survive. The only thing is that you want to be careful when they first spawn and they start rolling towards people. They go pretty fast. So generally you want to stand on top of cover, or on top of something that's high ground, or something that's small enough to avoid the heads. But if you're on top of high ground, the momentum of the Scubus I've seen it happen before where it does actually like get on top of things. So you just gotta be careful. Stay away from those things and don't be on the ground. Absolutely do not be on the ground. And now we have bombers. Alright, bombers is a disaster where you either want to stand underneath cover, which I personally don't really recommend. It's kind of like meteors where it can be a little bit glitchy. Personally, I recommend just running around. Don't stay still. As long as you don't stay still, you don't cross paths with somebody like this guy right here. Because if a bomber targets this guy and I'm walking that direction, the bomb will hit me. So just don't go behind people. And just keep walking, keep running, because the bombs, they will not hit you as long as you keep moving.
Certain maps have clouds, or in this case the jellyfish, that also block the bombs, by the way. Worth keeping in mind.
The jellyfish block bombs?
Yeah, just try it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you want to hide under structure from the bombs, it has to be like thick and indestructible.
Yeah, same thing with meteors, actually. Alright, anyways, we got Catadriller here. We got Catadriller. So Catadriller is weird. It's dangerous because it targets random players. So you just want to keep an eye out, because all of a sudden you'll be just chilling here, and then all of a sudden you'll see this digging animation below you. If you see that digging animation, run. Run, because it's going to come out after you. And then also be careful, because when it comes back down, it can also happen to target you. It targets people. One thing I have noticed when it comes to Catadriller that's actually pretty good, pretty easy to do, or pretty useful, I'll say, always stand near the edges of the map, actually. That's one of the best things you can do for Catadriller. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about, because we've already done the Tokonut. So, always stand near the edge of the map, because I've noticed that actually when it comes to Catadriller, you actually don't have to worry about, like, it ever going to the edges of the map, because most of the time it's actually targeting other people. Sometimes it will target you, but even then, if you're just walking along the edges, you'll be fine. Even if it happens to dig underneath you, if you just circle around the map, you're fine. And actually, that you can actually say that being the case from a lot of disasters. Killbots, you can say that for rocket noobs, you can say that for a lot of disasters. A lot of disasters, so they work that way, where you can just, if you can circle around the edge of the map, you're fine. One thing is with rocket noobs, you just want to stay away from the actual edge, because then the explosions from the rockets can actually kill you. Yeah. Alright. Anyways, back to the Google Sheet. We did check off a lot of things here, so let's see. We did Bombers. We didn't do any of these. We did Catadriller. Epic Katana. We haven't done Epic Katana yet. We haven't done that. Green Zone, Hot Potato. We had Icicles. We did Lumberjack. Let's see. Pizza Dude. We haven't done Pizza Dudes yet. Scubus. We did Scubus. Yep. Sandstorm. Hey, it's Green Hill Zone. It's Green Zone. Green Hill's. What? It's the new map. Yeah, it's the new map. Check it out. It's Green Hill. It's a pretty cool map, because it has actually some hazards right here. If you happen to stand inside of the area. Oh wow! I got hit. I got double tapped by the spikes. So you gotta be careful with the spikes. But otherwise, this is a pretty cool map. You get coins. You get these little rings, and they do like respawn. So you can run around and collect rings. It's all an allusion to Sonic. The Sonic games, because you collect rings for Sonic, Pretty cool. And each ring gets 10 coins. Yay, Sonic! Alright, and it does have some some indestructible areas. Alright, Blow Dryer! Blow Dryer is a disaster we haven't talked about yet. So Blow Dryer targets random people, and it has these little air bubbles that it blows around. Now, it blows parts away. You see how it's blowing away the house? The main thing you want to do is you want to out-heal it. You want to pull out some pizza, and then also stand behind some cover, and watch where it's like targeting. It has pretty bad aim, so if it happens to target you, you're fine most of the time. Just out-heal it. Pull out your pizza, and yeah, pizza is a very handy tool to have, by the way. Keep it out. Keep it in your inventory, unless you're crazy like me. Alright. Anyways, what do we have next? We have Green Zone! Alright, Green Zone is a disaster where you want to have Epic Katana, you want to have your speed item on the ready, because it's going to center on one spawn point. So you want to keep an eye out for which spawn point it's going to center around, and then run to that spawn point. Now, if you look up, here's a trick. Here's a handy trick for you to know which spawn point it's going to. If you look up, you'll see that it's circle. There's a big circle. It's getting smaller and smaller. Wherever the circle is getting smaller, that's how you can know where the spawn point is. Keep an eye on that. Alright, now we have Acid Rain. Alright, Acid Rain, mostly you just want to stand underneath cover. That's actually the way to survive it, the main way to survive Acid Rain. Stand underneath cover that is indestructible. If you stand underneath cover that is, for example, like this house right here, the Acid Rain will target you, and you'll see that it will slowly start to melt away. It is one option, but it's not the best way. You can also out-heal it if you want to, you know, stand out in the open with your pizza, but you have to have a fully upgraded pizza most of the time, and like, yeah, it's just, you know, who wants to keep clicking all the time? Alright, we got a warning, so let's go ahead and check off some of these things. Or, well, actually, well, no, I can't check off because I need to survive. I have 100 streaks, so I need to keep it going. Alright, Misty Disaster. What do we have? Oh, it's a Flash Flood! Okay, yeah, Flash Flood is pretty easy, actually. Though it is a warning, so I can't really talk about it. Here, I'll go ahead and finish checking off these things on my list. Alright, so, we just saw Acid Rain, so I can check that off. Let's see, what else can we do? We check off Green Zone. Did Green Zone. We did Blow Dryer. Blow Dryer's not on this list for some reason. Guest Ambush. Nope. Murderers, Ninja. No, no, no. Pizza Dude. No. Tacos, Rising Acid, Sandstorm. Okay. Next disaster. Hold on. Alright, what do we have? We have Hot Potato! Alright, so this is one we were missing here. Alright, Hot Potato is a disaster where you really want to stay as far away from it as possible, because it's a really, really fast Hot Potato. Now, if you have some crazy people, like, you know, Super Cool Lad, for example, they'll walk up to it and they'll blocks it. If you're lucky, you get people who do that. If you're not lucky, stay away from it as much as possible. Use your Epic Katana, hide behind something, because it's super fast. It's super fast, and it's like, it's deadly too, because it does like, I think 50 damage for every time it hits you. So yeah, just stay far away from it as much as possible.
If you are really scared of it, the Rotten Burger is also an option.
The Rotten Burger is an option, yes, because it will target other people too. Alright. That was a nice break. Alright, we have Epic Katana. So, as you saw, there was a sword right there in the middle. Obviously, don't touch the sword. It's like a Lumina. If you touch the sword, you die. But also, once somebody touches the sword, there's going to be a rain of katanas. And you want to stay underneath something that's indestructible. Well, actually, just stay underneath that's anything that's cover. Anything that's like a roof that has cover, you want to stay underneath it. And as long as you stay underneath that, it's fine. But if you're out in the open, you're good as dead, basically, when it comes to Epic Katana, because it is very, very fast, and it will kill you. It targets people. Now we have Alien Invasion. Alright, Alien Invasion is an interesting one, because there's a spawn point where a giant UFO will spawn. It's not the same as the UFO, though. A giant UFO will spawn, and there's all these aliens that will spawn in this spawn point. And they come out, and they have laser gun thingies. These laser gun thingies will shoot you regardless of how far away you are from them. So the best way to survive Alien Invasion, especially if you're by yourself, is to stand behind some kind of cover. Stand behind some kind of indestructible cover, because they will destroy cover. Otherwise, if you're crazy and you want to do like dark heart stuff, you can dark heart all of them, but I don't particularly recommend. Okay. I'm gonna have to take a quick break. No.
In the meantime, I guess I'll point out something interesting about the epic katana.
Alright, we're back. Hello. Sorry about that. Had real life things happen. Alright, so we got Cake. Alright, we're back with Cake. Alright, so Cake is a disaster. It's kind of like it's a mob disaster. You generally can be safe from it by standing on anything that's high ground. However, when it comes to Cake, you don't want to be on the ground if you don't have anything that's speed on him. Even with your speed coil, even with a gravity coil or fusion coil, you can. It's still, you can't really outrun it. So you really have to have you have to depend on an epic katana to outrun it, or if you're on high ground, just use the high ground. Generally, it's safe to be on high ground, and they have a really big hitbox, so you gotta be careful with yeah, how close you get to them. All right, we got Tipping Block. Tipping Block is one of the last few disasters we can take off of the list here. So Tipping Block is a disaster. It's kind of like Pac-Man, where you want to stay on the opposite side of it. Yeah, very much like that. And the thing is, it goes randomly, so you don't know when it's gonna go, which way it's gonna go, and it goes super fast because it's a huge block. So yeah, you just want to be careful. Stay on see, like everybody else is doing what I'm doing. You just, epic katana on the opposite side of the map. That's how you survive Tipping Block. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I spaced out for a second. Okay. Anyways, Tetris. All right. So we got Tetris here. Tetris is pretty easy. Don't stand out and open, and as long as you don't stand out and open, you're fine. There's not much else to say. Don't touch the blocks. And here's a pretty cool trick: if you stand underneath something that's a really small corner, even if it's not full cover, you can stand underneath something that's not full cover, and the block will be blocked by anything that's above it. This also works for anything that's not indestructible cover. So it doesn't always have to be indestructible cover. It can be just small cover, and it will still work. Oh, murderers. Oh boy. Double murderers. Ah! I got hit! I got hit! Because I was moving out of cover and I got hit by the other side. Oh well. There goes my 100 plus streak. I was hoping to keep it throughout the whole stream, but oh well. At least now I don't have to worry about dying to any kind of warnings. Alright, let's see what we got next. Anything we haven't seen yet? Werewolves! There we go. That's a disaster we haven't seen yet. So werewolves are a mob disaster as well, just like any, many of the others. They do a little howl and then they start chasing you. Sometimes they fall over and they're goofy. But yeah, you generally want to stay above ground because they do have this really dangerous dash disaster or dash strike that they do that can really catch up to you really quickly. Kind of like the epic katana. So the best way to really survive is to stand on top of anything that's like high ground. Yeah. All right. What's next? We have witch again. All right. So like I said earlier, you can out heal it actually most of the time. Here, I'll show you how it works. A very easy disaster once you are able to out heal it. There's an advanced tactic as well. You can freeze. If you freeze above it, it will like freeze the potions in place. But that's like advanced stuff. Alright, we got a map change, so that means it's time to check off some stuff.
While you were gone, the missile strike happened. If you want to talk about it, it's relatively simple anyway.
I was not focusing on the stream, or the stream was not focused on the game actually. I had put on my be right back thing. Appreciate it though. Okay, Alien Invasion's done. Haven't done Barrel Boy yet. Haven't done Cake, or we just did Cake, yeah. We haven't done Camrom. Haven't done Doge. Haven't done Explosive Noobs. Flash Flood we did, and Mystery Disaster, but it doesn't count. Hot Potato we did. Murderers we did, but that was double. Ninjas we haven't done. Pizza Dude haven't done yet. Raining Tacos haven't done yet. Sandstorm, Rising Acid. Tetris, we did do Tetris. We did Time Bombs earlier.
I swear we did Pizza Dude at the warehouse.
Did we? I don't know. I'm not sure, so I'm gonna do it again.
Maybe someone watching can confirm, I don't know.
Yeah, can chat confirm whether or not we've done it yet. Or we got Overseers again. Alright, remember what I said earlier, stand on top of some kind of high ground. As long as you're staying on a high ground, you'll be fine. It's over, Anakin, I have the high ground. Alright, Shedlusk again. one thing to keep in mind with Shedlesky is that even after he dies, you still want to avoid those circle eggs because they can still kill you. And if you die during those few seconds when there's well, while there's the disaster's still going, it still counts as a death. So yeah, just be careful with those turkey legs. Alright, green zone. Alright, I'm going to show you guys this trick that I was talking about. Look up in the sky, look up. You can see the circle's getting smaller. You can see where it's going to center. Just walk, run towards the circle. If you run towards the circle, you'll be fine. Ta-da! Alright, I can fix my camera real quick. It is getting darker, so the camera is getting darker. Here, actually. No, that looks bad. Never mind. That looks bad. There we go. Fixed it. Alright, I got hyper rising acid. So, rising acid, I'll talk about it here because hyper is very much like the normal disaster. I'm going to make an exception for this one. Hyper rising acid, basically the way it works is it's just a rising disaster. It's kind of like flash flood where you just stand above, stand somewhere that's higher up. The problem is that it sometimes will melt parts. It'll melt different parts. So if you are standing on top of something like this, a house, it has a very high chance of melting different parts of the house, and it will eventually fall over the house. Sometimes it will, sometimes it does, and so you just gotta be careful. If you stand inside the acid, it will hurt you. Alright, we got spiked walls. I haven't talked about spiked walls yet, so here, spiked walls, you're gonna have spiked walls that go from each side of the map. One from the far side, one from the near side, either that, or on the opposite side. So it's gonna be either this way, or that way. And, yeah, either way, you want to get to the center. The best way to survive spiked walls, always go to the middle. Doesn't matter which way it is, just go to the middle. If you make it to the middle, you'll realize, oh, okay, yeah, the spike walls are, they're not gonna crush me. Yeah, so that's it for spike walls. All right, we have Neon Blaster, and I'm going to show you guys a cool trick. Now, this isn't really how we traditionally survive Neon Blaster, but this is how you can do it. You can actually stand behind the guy. If you stand on, you can even stand on top of the guy. You can like do a little dance. Yeah, if you stand on top of him, stand behind him, and you'll survive the disaster that way. It's kind of a goofy way to survive it, but that's one way to survive it. Otherwise, like I said earlier, you go from one side to the other, left to right, right to left, depending on which way the Neon Blaster shoots. And if you're really fancy, you try to jump over it, but you don't have to jump over it. Alright, we got bombers again. So in this case, I'm actually going to try to stand underneath some indestructible cover. And I'm going to show you something. Even if you're standing like right here, if a bomb lands right here, you're probably going to die. Yeah, so just be careful because, even if you're standing right here, like let's say someone stands over here, they get hit by the bomb, but then you also get hit by the bomb. So the best way is, if you're going to stand underneath some kind of cover, stand in the center of it. Alright, next disaster will happen. 7, 6, 5, 4. Alright, we got Epic Duck again. Bonus ducks! Alright, we're gonna see if I can show you guys the trick for standing in the shop. Yeah, here we go, here we go.
Bonus ducks! Bonus ducks!
Where is it? Yeah, here we go. So, see? Look over here in the shop. This shop area is actually safe from the Epic Duck, except whenever it dies. Except that time it didn't explode for some reason, but normally it does explode. Normally explodes, so you want to get out of the shop whenever it dies. But, yeah. Otherwise, bonus ducks!
They forgot to mention, by the way, that the acid parts, the ones that glow green, will actually hurt you.
What?
The acid bars, the ones glowing in green after the acid.
Yes, yes, yes. That's one thing I forgot to mention. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you for reminding me. Rising acid also does leave behind the acid parts, and those things can hurt you. So you want to be careful when you have things that that can hurt you, because those things can compound with acid bricks. All right, let's go back. Oh, okay, okay. So that explains why Epic Dock didn't work out the way I thought it would. So you can actually avoid exploding the Epic Dock, the bomb, if you Dark Heart it. If you use the Dark Heart on the Epic Dock, the explosion will not happen. That's why it didn't happen earlier. So there you go. That explains why there was no explosion earlier in the shop. All right.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Thanks, Super Cool Lad, for that, by the way. Alright, what do we got next?
Weirdly drifting into the ground.
Yeah. Alright, got Mine Spawn again. Alien invasion. Alright, so watch this. They're gonna shoot their lasers. Nope, never mind. Well, there was one laser. There was one laser. You saw it, but yeah. Otherwise, people just go there and they dark heart it. Alright, rising lava. So you guys remember rising lava earlier? Well, this area is actually kind of an exception. If you stand on top of this thing, it won't melt to the point where it flings you into the lava. So it's fine. But otherwise, even if you do touch the rising lava, like even if you just accidentally dip yourself into it, it will instantly kill you. So you really don't want to jump into the lava. Alright, we got the Trickster again. So there's that thing right there. You see that little prop? It spawns, and then there's the Trickster over here. Yep. Tanuki. Little guy. If you want to survive this disaster pretty easily, just stay away from it. Stay away from any kind of prop, stay away from any kind of thing. And if it happens to be triggered, stay away from the actual Trickster itself, the Tanuki. Alright, tipping block. Once again, I'm going to be staying away from it by going to the opposite side. That's really the best way to survive tipping block. There's no other way really to do it. You can try standing up there, but there is a chance that it can actually hit you if you're not careful. If it stands up like that, yeah. Yeah, see how like it stood straight up. And it could possibly kill you. So yeah, really the best bet is just to stay away from it from the opposite side. Alright, here we got a warning. We got a mystery disaster. Ah, it's Mr. Happy.
Ew.
And he's done. Yeah. That's what happens when you have a server full of S ranks. It's just so quickly to kill everything. Alright, what we got next? Slenderman. Okay. So remember I mentioned that you can out-heal this? Now, the way Slenderman works, actually, I'm going to explain this to you. It's not whether or not you see it, it's whether or not it can see you. So the best way, if you don't have a healing item, is to stand in the side of an area that's like a corner or something like that, that's an interior corner, and just pray. And have your healing item out if you have healing. But really just like stand somewhere that, you know, isn't out in the open. If you're not, as long as you're not open, it's not, as long as you're not out in the open, it's less likely to target you, it's less likely to hurt you. Yeah. Alright, bonus round time. What we got? We got Tick's Defense. That's the last bonus round of the 3. So this Tick's Defense is basically, the way it works is you have these noobs that spawn, and yeah, you just want to defend the Tick's bag from the noobs, because yeah, they come in here, they damage the Tick's bags, and if you manage to not defend it enough, then you lose the bonus round, and you don't get any bonus. But otherwise, you get a bonus based on how much health is left on the bag. But yeah, the main idea is to block all the noobs. You get some bloxer out of it, and more importantly, you get coins. You get coins out of the bonus, you know, because a full 100 health Tick's bag gives you 1,000 coins. What is going on? What is this? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, Tick's bag is actually changed. I did not know that. Wow. Well, that's new. That's new. That they changed the Tick's bag. Interesting. I didn't know that. Anyways, let's go back to checking off the list here, because we did get a few things, I think. Alright, haven't gotten these things yet. We did do Rising Acid, even though it was hyper, I still count it. Spiked Walls, we did do that one, yep. Have we done Tornado? No. Haven't done Zerglooker either. Haven't done Tsunami. Okay, we've got a few left. A handful. I think now's a good time for me to go ahead and start making a list of ones that we have left. So I'm gonna make another list here. I'm gonna start making a list of things that we need to do. Starting from Z to A, I guess. Alright. Well, I only have so much time for that. Alright, we got dynamites again. You can go into cover for dynamites. You can go into, like, you know, areas that's shelter. But as you can see right here, explosions do go through do go through walls. So, yeah, it's not exactly the best idea. The best idea really is just to stay out in the open and just, well, not stay out in the open, but just be careful. Just keep an eye out. Stay somewhere where you have easy mobility in case there is a dynamite that lands next to you. Alright, we got Fist of Fury again. This place right here is actually safe from Fist of Fury. Doesn't matter how many times it hits it. It's more, like, there's a 90% chance that I'd say that it's not going to destroy this building. So you can just sit here and watch the guy slam and slam and slam all he wants. Alright, what do we have next? We have Get Down! So you want to get down. Don't stay up there on top of the castle. Get down. You do need to be careful though, because if you go onto the base plate right here, you're fine, but if you stand up here, even if you did get down from up there, you're still going to die because it's not all the way down. You have to go all the way down to the lowest possible place. And then we have Death Trampoline, which is kind of the opposite, where you want to stay everywhere but the lowest possible place. Because even if you're standing over here, you're not going to get hurt by a Death Trampoline. Whereas if you are daring and you rather go jump over there, like if you jumped over there, then you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna die because you could get jumped up there. Yep. Alright,
One of your high ground defeats isn't anchored. Like if the house is half broken, you could bounce up from the trampoline.
yes, that's another thing I forgot to mention, yeah. Death Trampoline does bounce things that are not anchored. Oh, it's Crimson Balrogs. It's the one boss I haven't done yet. But as you can see here, they're basically like... The way it works is you just don't want to be near them. Pretty easy to do, but they're also pretty fast. So if they're chasing you, you gotta be careful. Alright, Sandstorm! So with Sandstorm, the way it works is there's always going to be one direction that the sandstorm is blowing from. So if you're standing behind something where the sandstorm is coming from, you'll be fine. But if you stand out in the open like this, you're going to get hurt. So just stand behind something that's preferably indestructible, because anything that is destructible will be blown away from the sandstorm. And then also avoid those little dust those tumbleweeds, those little tumbleweeds, they instantly kill you, so just don't touch those. That's all you have to do, just don't touch those things. Alright, we got Monkey again. Monkey, monkey, monkey! Monkey, monkey, monkey! Monkey, monkey, monkey! Yeah, so pretty easy disaster to survive if you're on high ground. Just be careful because he does target people. He does run into people intentionally. So don't be close to him. And of course, be careful with the bananas. Alright, we got a warning. Let's see what we got. We got Barrel Boy. Alright, so Hyper Barrel Boy is kind of like the same as normal Barrel Boy, so you can actually kind of keep an eye on it. You can actually, I'll explain this for you. So the way Barrel Boy is, oh, thanks for subscribing, by the way. Thanks. Okay, yeah, so the way Barrel Boy works is you can see that it throws barrels in lines, but it's always going to throw it in the same trajectory, which means that if you stand between, let's say, this area and the other area where the barrel is going to be thrown, see, like this right here, you can easily survive it by going between those two areas and swapping between those two areas. You see, like, a lot of people describe those as lines. You can call them lines. I just see them as just lanes. I see them lanes where the barrels get thrown down. So that's how you can survive it, and the other option is to, of course, you know, go into high ground and not make your life complicated. But if you don't have any high ground to go onto, that's the other way. That's the main way of surviving Barrel Boy. Alright. But yeah, thanks again for the subscribe. 1, hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the content. It's been a great time. This is a great stream going on. We're gonna keep checking off this disaster list because yeah, we gotta finish this up. All right, so we did Barrel Boy, so yeah, there we go. Control C, Control V, there we go. All right, now we're missing. We did Epic Katana earlier. I remember that. We haven't done Explosive News. We haven't done Missile Strike. Pizza Dude. Possibly did it already, but I don't remember. Alright, Tornado. We're gonna do that when we're here. We're gonna put this right here. And we're gonna go into the next map. Here we go. Alright, we got Camera! This is one we've been missing. So the way camera works. Alright, so you see a big camera over here, it takes pictures. If you're out and open, it'll take a picture of you. And then you'll be blinded for 5 seconds. So the way to survive that camera, okay, the number one way to survive is to stand behind something that the camera cannot see you. The alternate way, if you have a fully upgraded pizza, is you can actually out-heal it. If you just spam your pizza, you're fine. You can be blinded. The only problem is that when camera's combination has a combo with something else, then it gets a little bit tricky. So yeah, really the main way with survive that camera is to stand behind something that the camera will not be able to see you at. And that's it for camera, really. We got shurikens. Okay. Easy disaster to survive. See, I'm standing underneath something that's not indestructible, but it doesn't matter because the shurikens are just going to land right here. Like, they're going to land on top of it. They don't destroy things, see? That shuriken right there landed and didn't destroy anything. Alright, we got killbots now. As I mentioned before, just keep walking around, and avoid other people at the same time, because if it targets one person and you're walking behind that person, the rocket's going to hit you. Yeah, you can always be caught off guard. Even when you're not paying attention, you can be caught off guard by a rocket, a stray rocket that's targeted for someone else. So you gotta be really careful with the killbots. Alright, we got Alex Neutron. That's one of the ones we're missing. So Alex Neutron is a big dodgeball guy who has some controversy behind him, but whatever. For the purposes of this disaster, he throws dodgeballs at people. He's in the middle most of the time, so you just want to stay away from the middle, and you want to stay away from him. If you stay away, if he walks towards the house over here, then you want to stand over here on this opposite side. If he starts walking over here, you want to stop. You want to stand on the opposite side of him, of this side. Then you want to go over here to the shop. So yeah, just stay away from him, basically. All right, we got giant gun again. And see, it spawned on top of a spawn point, and I can stand behind this cover right here, and I'll be safe for the entire disaster. Pretty easy. There's one guy over there that's crazy, trying to stand underneath he's standing underneath the gun. Apparently, it's not targeting him. You saw how the bullets were coming towards me, but they didn't destroy anything. So, yeah. Alright, we got zombies again. So, the real way you want to survive this, if you're not trying to blocks, just go stand on top of something that's high. Like this. Zombies won't be able to get you. Got some tasty lasagna that my spouse made for me. Very nice. Alright, we got Barrel Boy. Okay, here's the normal Barrel Boy. It's same technique. You can either stand on top of high ground, or you can do what I'm doing right here. You can watch the lanes. Look for the lanes that the Barrel Boy throws down the barrels. So you can see that it threw down that way. You can just imagine, you picture it. You can picture, you know, there's a lane right there. There's a lane right here. And if you stand between those two lanes, you'll be fine. Just as long as you keep dodging. See?
There's a guy doing some trouble shenanigans over there.
There's a guy doing what? Oh, some suspicious trowel stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting. So here's the alternate method of surviving press the button is by going to the button itself. You can either do that, or you can stay in the middle, or you can go into the corner. Let's go through this list real quick. We do have a boss coming up, so maybe we'll get the boss that we're missing. So we just saw Alex Neutron. We haven't seen Doge, we haven't seen Explosive Noobs. Gas Ambush, Ninjas, Pizza Dude. We haven't seen any of these. Okay. So we still are missing a few of them. Alright. Sort out some things here with the list. So we can have a clearer picture. Oh, we did just do camera, that's right. I remember camera. Alright, here we go. We got Giant Noob again. Okay, nothing new. Just a big old doofus. One thing that's cool though, you can see that little multiplier thing on his head. That's one of the recent updates. So now the developer has made it so that every time that you kill a disaster, well, specifically the boss disasters, every time you kill the boss disasters, they get increased health every time they come back, which is pretty cool. Makes things a little bit more challenging.
It's not completely exclusive to bosses. Some mini bosses also get this applied.
Right, yeah. Some mini bosses also do that.
Like a
Alright.
screamer.
Yeah. There's Hyper Polyhex.
It just bombs on top of bombs.
Bombs.
Kind of weird.
Whoa. What teleported me in the middle? How did I get teleported to the middle? What? Yeah, you really want to stay away from the bombs as much as possible when it comes to hyper, because even the tiny bombs can be flung everywhere, which kind of sucks. Alright, we got X bomb. So it's either going to be a plus or an X, just like that. And you saw how I was at the house. I ran away from the house because it can be a plus, and it will go directly like this. So I don't want to risk it. I just go into in between, either the plus or the X. Alright, we got fireworks again. one thing that's interesting is you can stand right next to it, and it won't kill you, as long as you don't touch it. But the thing is that the fireworks still do, yeah, they target people, so you gotta be careful. Yeah, look at that bounce. Look at that bounce. Fireworks are notorious with their bouncing. It bounced from one side of the map to the other. That's crazy. Here we got another warning. Shogun time bombs and bombers. Alright, one other thing about time bombs I forgot to mention is that since they do roll off of edges, it's actually not a bad idea to like stand on top of the house, for example, because the house is a slanted edge, which means that the bombs will never go onto this area. They'll never like stay here. They'll just slide. Yeah, see that slid off, except that it hit the chimney. So yeah, I guess just stay away from the chimney, but otherwise, yeah, it's pretty safe. And that's the same for any kind of slanted edge. Alright, we got another boss. Let's hope it's the one that we're missing. No, it's not! It's Undyne again. Let's see if we can kill her. Yeah, easy. Alright, last disaster of this bunch for the map. Let's see what we got. Burger Flipper! Let's go! Alright, so Burger Flipper is a disaster where you can actually it's very, very difficult if you don't know how to survive it. But one way you can survive it is actually by standing in the corners. So if you stand in the corner right here, the burger patties are circular, therefore they cannot fit into the square. The circle does not fit into the square. Believe it or not. But anyways, yes, so that's how Burger Flipper works. You just stand in the corner, or you can stand underneath anything that's indestructible. You can stand underneath anything like this, for example. You can stand underneath this. The burger patties won't go there, but there is a chance. I will say there is a chance of the burger patties being flipped around. They can roll around, and you can, yeah, it can be tricky. But most of the time, I will say like anything that's like indestructible cover will do. Anything that is breakable cover, anything that's like, for example, the house. If you go underneath the house while there's a burger flipper, the patty will melt through, which is not ideal because the patty will instantly kill you. So yeah, it's a lot to say about burger flipper, but generally the best way to survive it is by going into either the corners or the shop. That goes for any kind of map. Ugh. My voice is hoarse. Alright, let's update this list. Right. Alright, we got 40 seconds. So we did burger flip. Yeah, we got burger flippers.
Alright.
And that's the only new one we got. We haven't gotten ninjas, we haven't gotten any of the others. Pizza Dude, we haven't gotten Pizza Dude again. Yep. Still missing a few. Alright, 15 seconds. And we're back. Okay. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cacto Ball! think this is pretty safe. See that ball? That cacto ball is rolling around, and if it was not a slanted thing, it could have actually gotten me. So you gotta be careful with those kind of things. Alright, hot potato. We'll see if somebody's gonna... Yep, they're gonna... See how fast it goes, though? You really want to be careful with that. If you don't have anyone that's trying to kill it, it will go really fast and it will kill you very quickly. Alright, you got beehive again. Once again, gotta be careful with where it lands. That's where the bees spawn. And then, see what that guy's doing? They were using their epic katana to get away from it. Just like that. And then it was coming towards me, so I used my epic katana to get away from that. Alright, we got another boss. Hopefully it's the boss that we're missing. Nope, it's not. It's Yojimbo. There's no spawn points here, so this area is actually kind of safe. And see, the interesting thing about this, the multiplier going up with the disasters, is that they last longer. The bosses, especially, they last a lot longer, so they have a higher chance of actually killing people. So that's what's actually pretty cool about it. Alright, chat, I have a question for you. Should I turn on the light or should I keep it off? This is the light on, this is the light off. What do you guys like better? You like it? You like being dark Hopian? Or you like light Hopian? It's starting to get pretty late here. It's 8 p.m. Alright, so once again, this is light Hopian. And this is dark Hopian. Light on, you like the light on? Alright, the chat has spoken. The people have spoken. Alright, you got Jiangxi. And see, once you get good enough at this game, once you have good enough stuff, you can actually start blocking these disasters. Then you can make it to the bloxing leaderboards. One day, young Padawan, you shall make it to the bloxing leaderboards.
I'm actually second on the weekly one right now for bloxing.
Nice. Gotta see that real quick.
Yeah. But the first has like double what I have. It's crazy.
Alright, so here I'm on the ground, but I'm staying in somewhere that's actually not very easy to access. Well, not anymore. I just teleported. But, yeah. If you see, like, the Scubas can't go back here. So I can go here and I can laugh in his face because it can't get me. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Alright, we got another bonus round. Coin balloon. Hey there, welcome to the voice call. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see ya. Thanks for
I was
joining.
here earlier, dude.
Oh, well, welcome back. I recognize your voice. I just didn't have a chance to look at Discord.
Oh.
Speaking of, I should probably check it. See what's going on.
Say what?
I'm looking at Discord chat. See what's going on. Oh, okay. So they said that it's a tanuki, according to mythology. So the trickster is a tanuki. According to mythology, they can transform it into anything to hide. That's more insight with Tanuki, the trickster.
Did you get every disaster?
We are missing. Let's see. Let's check it out. Seeing how many we are missing. We're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. We're missing any from here. 8. And 9. Yeah, I can see we're missing 9 disasters. Almost there.
No X-bomb yet?
We got X-bomb, yeah, like twice.
What are you missing?
Um,
Shotgun? One of them?
no, shotgun we got earlier. I'll give you a listen just a second. Alright, is that everything? Oh, we're missing that one as well.
Also, I think one of my friends is in the server.
Oh, that's awesome. Tell them I said hi.
Billy Dogs.
Tell them to say hi to the stream. Ah, we got murderers! That's one of the ones we were missing. Alright, so here's the deal with murderers. Murderers have these knives. They can snipe you from anywhere, and they don't have any warning to tell you when they're being sniping. So the best way to survive murderers is to stand behind some kind of structure just like I'm doing right now. Stand behind it as much as possible, so that way those knives that instantly kill you, by the way, cannot hit you. That's the best way. And just keep an eye on the murderers themselves. Yep, that's pretty much it. That's what the murderers have to deal with. So you just gotta be careful. Don't stay out in open. Don't run into the open either. And stay behind cover.
Volcano.
It's core blocks mages.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was pointing at the corner of my map. Oh boy. Here I am giving fake news.
Fake news.
Right, this map has a spawn at the bottom left right corner, sorry. That's why. The arrow tricked me.
I'm getting pretty tired of talking. I'm waiting for this, the last few disasters. I have to get every single disaster before I end the stream. That's the stream title. I've been streaming for 3 hours already. Alright, so going through the list here, we did do the sandstorm. I don't know why it's not checked here. Oh, we got tsunami. Let's go, tsunami. So tsunami is a big wave, as you can probably imagine, and the best way to survive it is to either be above it or to jump above it. Or, if you happen to be on the opposite side of where the tsunami goes, you can actually have a higher chance of surviving it because it goes downward. So, yeah, that's one thing about tsunami is that, like, it starts really high, but then it goes downward just like a normal wave, you know, a normal wave would do. So yeah, just keep that in mind. That's pretty easy to survive, just be careful not to get caught in a wave. Alright, we've got Rising Acid again. This is the standard version of Rising Acid. So with the Hyper version, it's actually, it does 14 damage for the burn parts. And it corrodes things a lot faster. It dissolves the parts. With the standard version, it does 7 damage instead of 14. But as was mentioned earlier, they do leave behind these acid blocks. Alright, oil spill. I'm going to show you guys about the trusses. So here's the thing. Not every truss is high enough to survive oil spill. Like this one might not actually be high enough. I'm pretty sure it's not. So you got to be careful with which truss you choose, because otherwise you can end up in trouble. Yep, here we go. Oh, it's barely tall enough. Barely, barely, barely. But there's always going to be one truss that's not high enough. So you got to be careful with that one. Otherwise, you can always stand on top of a truss or a high spot on the map.
There's some guy here just tank it with some pizza.
Yeah. Snowman
Oh,
again.
not the snowball. No, I hate snowball.
You hate Snowman? Why?
Every once in a while, the person closest to it gets killed, then targets me and destroys my entire health bar before I can run away.
Okay.
Generally, you can avoid it by just not being that close to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But it has kind of infinite range.
Oh, that is true. He does have a lot of range. So yeah, if you're ever alone in the server, Snowman can hit you from a long distance. So you gotta be careful with that.
Yeah, best course of action is to put the wall between them and you.
Put a wall
Preferably
between them and you. Yep. Shoot the whoop. How old is this meme anyway? I mean, shoot the whoop is old.
Well, when will YouTube groups spawn? Because it's about the same age, honestly.
Yeah. In the era of Survive the Disasters 1, it was very, very mainstream.
Back in the old days, we had Hyper Shoot the Whoop or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
I think all it did was have bigger explosions.
Yeah. The flying explosive noobs. Those are scary. A disaster will happen in 30 seconds. We do have one thing we check off the list. So let's go ahead and check that off.
Right.
The murderers. Where's the murderers? Here we go.
Did we already have the tsunami?
Yeah, we did earlier, yeah. But it was a mystery, I think. Okay. We got meteors again. So
I mentioned
normally with
earlier,
Candy Cloud,
the clouds are fine.
yeah, normally with Candy Clouds, the clouds are fine, but sometimes the meteors can phase through them. I think the clouds in Candy Cloud are a little bit bigger now. Yeah, look how close this is. Dangerous. I don't 100% trust cover. Alright, Counter Driller. So as mentioned before, it will randomly target people. The best way I have found to survive it is to stand near the edges of the map. Because even if it spawns underneath you, it will go away from the edge. It's not necessarily targeting you. And also you can just go circle around the entire map. Alright, magnifier again. So check it out. This thing's indestructible right here. This cookie. I bet you guys didn't know that. But if you stand behind a cookie, you won't die.
The donuts are fine as well.
What is?
The donuts behind you.
Oh yeah, the donuts too. Yeah, the donuts. Ah, we're missing this one. Ninjas. Okay, so ninjas, the way they work is they're basically like noobs, where they run towards you, but then they also throw ninja stars at you. They're pretty easy to survive, honestly. Even if they're throwing ninja stars at you, you can generally outrun them using a gravity coil or a speed coil. So they're pretty easy disaster overall. They just can easily, if they ever group up on you, it can be kind of dangerous. Alright, we got Ground Spiker. So with Ground Spiker, or otherwise known as Zerglurker, the way it was before. So Ground Spiker, the way it works is that it has spikes on the ground. So basically the way you survive it is by standing on higher ground. That's the easy way to survive it. That's generally the way that you're supposed to survive it. However, if you stand on the ground, if you happen to find yourself on the ground and you keep running around, it will never attack you. It will never kill you. Just don't run towards it. Circle around it. And then one more thing to know about Zerglurker is that it always will target the player who's the lowest altitude. So let's say there's someone right here, someone else right here. It's always going to target the person who's lower. Alright, check it out. Here's another way to survive avalanche. You stand over here in the corner. You can't stand where that guy was because they died. So the only way you can really survive this by standing up here is by hugging the wall right here. So that's an interesting way to survive avalanche. It's not the most conventional. It's not the easiest way to do it, to pull it off. But that is another way you can survive avalanche. Yeah, so that's cool. Also, you get a cool badge from it. I like it when Screamers sometimes they just die with that funny face.
one was at the perfect rage bait distance.
Alright, we have Kinnikick, or Kinnikick. So Kinnikick is just a mob with a big ass sword. Best way to survive is to stay away from it. Now, she does move pretty fast, so you want to stay away. But generally, she's pretty harmless. Now, there is one thing to keep in mind. You cannot stand on high ground. If you stand over here, like in the house or something like that, Kinnikick will run over here, and she will actually do her sword thing, and it launches everything up in the sky. So it's not the easiest thing to survive if you're trying to survive through high ground. Really, the best way to survive is just to keep your distance from her.
Oh, and do keep in mind that if killed, it will get its ward at a random person.
Yes, that's also just a funny thing. Yeah, just don't touch the sword when it dies. Alright, so we got a few disasters there. We can check those off the list here. So we got ninjas. We got Zerglurker or Ground Spiker. Yep, we got those two. We're still missing a few, like Pizza Dude, for example. Did Sandstorm earlier, I remember that. Everything else is checked off, I think. Oh, we haven't done Missile Strike.
Yeah, it's a shame you missed it during your break.
It does. Alright, here we go. We got burglars again. Alright, so as I mentioned before, the best way to survive is by high ground, but you can also be crazy and you can try bloxing them as well. They do give a lot of bloxer XP and stuff. So if you want to be crazy and you want to be a bloxer, you can do that. Alright, we got counterfeit coins. Alright, counterfeit coins is a kind of a scary disaster because the coins, when they drop from the sky, well, first of all, they're explosive coins, so don't touch the coins. That's the #1 rule of counterfeit coins. Don't touch the coins. Okay, and number 2 is the coins, they can jump, they can bounce everywhere. They can bounce. Sometimes they're like dynamites type things, so like I've seen counterfeit coins bounce into the shop, for example. So, yeah, you want to take cover, but you also really want to be careful not to stand near the edges of anything. Yeah. So, like, yeah, these, and the best way you can tell the counterfeit coins are counterfeit is they are not glowing. Of course, when it comes to hyper counterfeit coins, it's a little bit different. But, yeah. Alright, so counterfeit coins, that's done. We got shotgun, gotta survive that real quick. See how I'm standing behind. Cover here. Oh, my cover got blown away! My cover! Alright, here we go. Next disaster. Icicles. So, one other thing about counterfeit coins is that they do stay for the duration of the next disaster. So that's one thing you really need to be careful with because you can accidentally run into counterfeit coins. while you're running away from the next disaster. So you just gotta be careful. Like for example, if you have kill bots or if you have anything that you want to be running around for, that's especially lethal.
Yeah, it's kind of why you'll see people collecting them between rounds to defuse them.
Yeah. Red Cliff Army again. We need more mobs. They need to spawn more of these Red Cliff Army guys. They die so quickly. You said you're number 2 on the leaderboard right now?
On the healer one. Support, I think.
The healer one?
No, wait, the second place is in the Bloxer one, my bad.
Ah, okay, I see. Yes. Alright, we got killbots. So hyper killbots. So the thing is with killbots is like you don't want to stand in cover. You want to stand in like anywhere that's like cover, because even if you think you're safe, you're not, because they can snipe you. Essentially, like yeah, and then there's the weird physics things with the freaking rockets. Alright, no casualties.
200 streak, by the way.
Oh, nice. Congrats. GG. Tornado. Alright, so for the tornado disaster, that's what I haven't talked about yet. So, the tornado is always going to spawn on this far side of the map. And it's always going to come towards one direction. It's always going to come in a straight line. So it's a pretty easy disaster to avoid. But if you ever get caught into it, you're going to die. So yeah, the best rule of thumb is watch where it spawns. So you're going to be on the left, right here, on the center, on the right, and it's going to head towards the left, the right, or the center on the opposite side of the map. And you just got to be careful not to be in its path. That's essentially how tornado works. Alright, got Saw Blade again. Alright, where are we going next? We're going to Wacky Warehouse. Okay, sounds good. We can go ahead and check off these things on my list. We got 2 more disasters, I think. Let's see, we got Counterfeit Coins. Nope, not Missile Strike. Or we got Tornado, yeah. We're missing a few more. We got Missile Strike, we got Raining Tacos, Pizza Dude, Crimson Balrog, Doge, Explosive Noobs, and Flash Flood. 7 disasters left. We could get them all in one map. Wouldn't that be awesome? Ah. Vibing to this music. This music's good. Speeding wall. case you didn't catch it last time, here it is again. All you have to do is hug the wall. If you stay on the side of the wall, you'll survive. If you're not on the side of the wall, you will die. It's 75 survival streak for me. Let's go. Alright, mystery disaster. What do we got? Ah, it's acid rain. Watch as I out-heal it. With ease. Alright, what do we got next? We got noobs again! Bloxing time. They have such a goofy run. And I love how they have their little oof sounds. Alright, boss incoming. Let's see, is it the boss that we're missing? Nope. We got Black Mage again. We're gonna kill it quickly. Alright, so watch this. The fireballs are everywhere except for the edges. That's how you can survive those fireballs, the fireball attack from the mages. From the Black Mage.
There's always someone.
Always.
Though it's funny that it was the rank is 332.
Oh, there's two people. Oh, wonder who did it that time.
Yeah. Well, that's like you told us earlier. If someone touches it, even if when it's on the ground already, it will explode again.
Exactly. It can explode up to 16 times.
That's an oddly specific number.
16 people in a room, in a server.
Oh, right.
We got Neon Trooper again. So even when there's no cover, you can just stay on the edges. Stay on the edges, you can out-heal most of everything. If you stay on the edges, it'll be far enough where you can be able to dodge the bullets. Because he never actually goes to the edges. Oh, then he's going to point that way and he's going to target that way. Yep, there you go. That's Neon Trooper.
Who knows? It seems I just tried it. The tube is big enough that you will be fine just staying inside it.
Maybe.
Anyways, time to die.
Time to die, indeed. Neon blaster with invasion of volcanoes. Okay, someone's gonna grab the applicant tie.
Ow. I got PvP instead, actually. Seriously though, it would have been fine if no one touched the damn katana.
I survived! No! I was so close! I was so close! I almost survived! I had half a second left. That... Oh my god.
Minus 750 tube. Youch. Thank God paid rounds don't count.
Yeah.
How do you even buy them anyways? I haven't tried.
It's in the menu on the left. It's over here. It's the second thing on the left. When you look at premium, you go to the premium menu and you can see the premium shop. You can buy triggers over here.
Oh, you can only buy them with Robux. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking I could just buy them with coins.
Alright, what do we got? Got the blow dryer again. I'm gonna blow dry my hair again. It's funny how it was targeting that one specific person. It just turned around. Alright, we got the sniper. Of course, it's targeting me first. Luckily, I was able to get to cover first before it shot me. But yeah, sometimes it can be unfair. Sometimes it can really be unfair like that. If you're standing out in the open and you're not suspecting it, it'll get you when you're not expecting it. So you gotta be really careful with sniper.
It seems to have a particular spawn point in every map.
No, it actually doesn't. It has a couple. It has a couple of spawn points. It's not always the same spot.
Okay.
Alright, Pac-Man Ghosts. Alright, let me turn up the brightness of my camera since it's gotten darker outside. Here we go. Thank you.
Maybe this time?
Oh yeah, maybe this time. We'll see if we can get Prince and Balrogs. Oh, nope, it's Reaper. His health is 3.5 times.
And it still won't provide that big of a challenge.
Almost killed me. Because I wasn't really paying attention.
Biggest
okay.
forehead.
Reaper raises their defenses for the next. Alright, here we go. Flash Flood. This is one of those ones that we were waiting for here. So the way Flash Flood works is actually kind of like Rising Acid, where it kind of like rises from the ground. Goes a little bit higher than Rising Acid, but it doesn't melt anything, and it just, yeah, it's just a flood. So if you stand in it, it slowly hurts you, right here, and it kills you. It kills you pretty quickly. Yeah, right here. So yeah, basically the way to survive is just to get up to high ground, and that's pretty much it.
Have enough people shooting at you to keep you alive underwater.
Or have that happen, but it's not very likely.
Okay.
Give me the hot dog! Give me the hot dog! Hey, give me the hot dog! Give me the hot dog!
Alright, so check it out. I've got the thing where I stand in the corner and see he can't get me. No matter how hard he tries, he can't get me because I'm in the corner.
Hey, give me the hot dog! Hey, give me the hot dog!
So that's how you survive crazy Robloxian. Then you can use your shotgun on him pretty quickly as well, pretty easily as well. Alright, you got Bouncer again. Alright, we got another Hexa threat.
Maybe this one is better.
We'll see.
Who are we killing?
Mr. Happy, Murderers, Tornado, Rising Acid, Slingshot. Yeah, this doesn't seem like something we're gonna be able to survive. Oh, especially since the tornadoes come in our way.
Yeah, the map being breakable, just more ways to go.
Yeah. Oh, there's one spot over there. Yeah, I mean, there were some possible places, yeah, to survive.
Oh, there's a football.
Yeah, there's a football. You know how it works? It actually, when you kick it, it goes towards a player for some reason. It never goes towards anything else. It's just a goofy mechanic. Alright, let's check out this checklist. See where we're at. We've only got a few left. We got Flash Flood. That's what we got most recently. We're missing Missile Strike, Raining Tacos, Pizza Dude, Crimson Balrog, Doge, and Explosive Noobs. That's what we're missing so far. But we've gotten pretty far. We only got like 5 left. Well, we're getting there. Alright, Neon Cat. So here's a fun fact I bet you guys didn't know. Some random chances, whenever there's a unanchored part of the map, Neon Cat will recolor it to random rainbow colors. It happens randomly for some reason. It just happens sometimes. It used to be more consistent. It used to happen every time, but now it only happens randomly. Alright, here's Poltergeist again. And there's the ghost. You can see that ghost right there. So that's the ghost that you want to stay away from. You can see it's flinging debris everywhere. And look how it takes parts from different things that are even, like, that aren't even unanchored. They just takes random parts from different things and just flings it at people. It does a lot of damage if it flings it at you, so yeah, just be careful. Raining tacos! Okay. So for raining tacos, you want to go stand in the shop. You can go stand in other places like behind the house or something like that. But your most guaranteed shot of surviving raining tacos is standing in the shop. Now, this does not apply to hyper raining tacos. Do not take this advice for hyper raining tacos. You can die in the shop from hyper raining tacos. But for normal raining tacos, they are too big to go inside the shop. Now, there is, you know, there are other spots you can go to, like, you know, behind the house, which are more safe for hyper raining tacos than those that are, you know, it just goes, it depends on the map at that point. But yeah, most of the time, raining tacos, if it's just standard raining tacos, you want to go to the shop. So there was one time, if you guys are looking right now stream, there was this one time that I was actually on this map and there was fireworks going on. And I jumped over this area right here. I didn't realize there was a firework that landed right here. And it actually killed me. So, yeah. Just a reminder to stay careful with the fireworks. They will explode no matter how high you are. Oh, I forgot to mention Guest Ambush. Yeah, Guest Ambush is one that I hadn't done. Oh, shoot, okay. So Guest Ambush, I guess, yeah, I might as well say it now. Guest Ambush is basically like Noobs, except that with, oh, and here's Rocket Noobs too. I haven't talked, yeah, I have talked about Rocket Noobs. Okay. Yeah, okay, so Guest Ambush is basically like Noobs, where they go around, they chase you, and they, you know, they do damage to you. Except there's one thing about Guest Ambush. They destroy parts. So if you're standing above on something that's not very stable or something that's not very sturdy, for example, if you're standing on top of this bridge right here, and the guests they are below you, they will destroy that bridge piece by piece, and you won't have anything to stand on top of. So that's one thing you gotta be very careful with when it comes to Guest Ambush. Otherwise, Guest Ambush is very much like Noobs.
However, the guests have a way worse hit detection. You can get away with melee a lot easier.
Oh yeah? I'm gonna survive this triple disaster just by standing in a corner. It's pretty awesome. Oh no!
Alright.
No! You died to the trickster!
Yeah,
Poor
someone
thing.
sent the trickster straight to my location. That's very fun.
Oh man, that sucks. R.I.P.
It's fine.
Alright, what we got? We got a Hexa. Epic Katana, Delinquent, Explosive Noobs, Mr. Happy Cake.
Happy, 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 happy,
Alright, I
Happy.
think we're fine.
happy.
Yeah, I'm good. This is easy.
Happy.
And I survived. Easy
I only
Hexa!
lost like 20 points from my skill rank. It's fine.
I'm getting close to 100. Let's go. We can check off things on our list. That's right. One thing, I think. Guest ambush. That's right. I checked it off right here. Anything else? Tacos. Forgot the rainy tacos. Yep. Okay, so we're missing like a few more. Move this down a little bit more so I can have easier viewing. Alright. So we're missing Missile Strike, Pizza Dude, and a couple more. We got Thunderstorm. Alright. So one thing that's interesting about Thunderstorm is that it used to be able to strike you mid-air. Now it's not the case anymore. I actually can air stall the entire time if I wanted to. So I can do this advanced tactic. It's called air stalling. And I can stay mid-air if I wanted to. I won't have to worry about thunderstorms. It's the best thing to do when you are trying to survive a double or triple threat that has to do with thunderstorm. And you can't stay under cover. Alright, Lumberjack! Everybody goes to one side or the other, but the log always lands in the middle. There we go. Cool noobs. I think I've already talked about this already, though. Yeah. Basically noobs with coils. Almost died there. Oops. That would have been embarrassing. Alright, what do we got next? Werewolves! Okay. Let's see here. And this is 100 for me, so let me go ahead and turn on my skill rating here. So I get the bonus. So I'm just gonna stand up here and I'm gonna survive. That's it. And I get 100. Here we go. 100 streak, let's go, GG's. 10,000 XP, that's a lot of XP for 100 streak. I don't remember it being that much. But I guess that's the case. Alright, Tetris! So watch this. I'm gonna stand underneath this thing. Even though it's not indestructible, I'm gonna stand underneath it and it's gonna protect me from Tetris. Well, there wasn't even a Tetris block that landed above me, so it doesn't matter. But if there was one, it would have protected me. Already got cake again. Cake, 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 cake. Big hitboxes. Very difficult to outrun. Best way to survive them is by going into a high spot. Alright, we got Volcano. It's going to be spawning in one corner. It's going to be in this corner. How could I tell? Because of the arrow that's above my head. So, sometimes you have little things like that that help you figure out, oh, the Volcano is going to be on this corner, so I got to get out of here. Yeah. Use context clues like that as well. They help. Oh, we got another Hexa threat. Okay. Here we go. Try standing over here. Shotgun, Cactus Ball, Alien Invasion, Shogun, and get down and okay, so stand right here first. Alright, and then now that that's gone, I can go this way. Try not to get killed by the shotgun while I'm at it. There we go. Survived! Let's go. Survived the Hexa threat. Man, I'm tired. Work's been kicking my ass. So I don't have to work tomorrow. But I do have to wake up early. This does suck. Alright, you got UFO again. Notice how I use the epic katana as soon as it starts using the, or as soon as it starts using the laser beam. That's when I start using the epic katana. Not afterwards. Well, not before. Not before I start using. Yeah. Let me rephrase this. So as soon as it starts using the laser beam, that's when I start using the katana to get it out of the way. I don't start using it before, otherwise I could end the katana too early. Aha! We got Missile Strike. So, Missile Strike is a pretty simple disaster. It's a big-ass missile that goes over here, and it strikes the house, or whatever's there at the center. It's always going to be the thing that's right next to the shop. And, yeah, so it just creates a big explosion. And how you survive it, you just stay away from that area. It's just like Illumina, where you just stay away from that area. Hyper raining tacos. Okay, so this is what I was talking about earlier with the shop is not safe from it. And apparently this area is not safe from it either. Oh shoot. Are they done? Yeah, that was scary. So you saw those tiny tacos, right? So the tiny tacos can bounce around everywhere, and yeah, they can bounce into the shop too, which is kind of scary. We got Hyper Reaper. Ooh. Oh, jeez. And I died! No! I died to Hyper Reaper! R.I.P. I wasn't really trying anyways. Okay. So we got a couple more disasters, and then... Alright, so we got Missile Launcher. I think I've already featured this one though. So, yeah, there's that. Okay. But let me disable Pacifist. I went into Pacifist mode because I wanted to turn off my skill ring. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to turn off Pacifist mode. Save my skill rating. Alright, you got Epic Katana again. Okay, so of course someone grabs it. Or what? What was that?
They won. They won the 25%.
Oh, there's a 25% chance! That's right! There's a 25% chance whenever you grab the Epic Katana that it doesn't actually trigger it. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. So if you want to try to test your chances to grab the Epic Katana, I guess you can try to do that. I don't particularly recommend it, because if you grab it, you get like 5-6 different Epic Katanas that come to you, and yeah, they're basically going to kill you.
Worst part is they are actually angry they won. They are trying to kill everyone in the server.
Are they? That's funny.
Yeah, they're also the one that sent the trickster through my ass. Or the one that triggered the Illumina earlier. money does this guy have? He's the same one.
I don't know, man. Pretty crazy, though. I wasn't ready for that. I was in the middle of eating. I wasn't ready to deal with that. Oh, everybody died. R.I.P. So let's see the list. Do we have anything to update there? I think we got missile strike, so there's that. We're still missing Pizza Dude. We're still missing Crimson Balrog, Doge, and Explosive Noobs. We got 4 left. All right. Now, where is the red dot? There it is. Let's see if I can pull off that one trick. Ah, no, I didn't do it. I was too late. I think the blast radius of nuclear bomb, like, it got bigger or something. I remember it being smaller. Mystery disaster. What kind of disaster is it? Ah, it's noobs. Nope, it's explosive noobs. They're noobs, but they're explosive. Ah, there we go. There's Doge. Alright, so Doge is a big dog. How do you survive it? Well, stay away from it as much as possible, honestly. Because even if you're still up there, even if you're up there on the top of the shop or something like that, it has these explosive words that when it, yeah, it's basically like rocket launcher type things. So, yeah, you just really want to stay away from it as much as possible. See how I am here on the opposite side of the map. It's not even targeting me because it's busy targeting other people. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. And there's Pizza Dude. Alright, so I think I've already mentioned this before, but yeah, I did mention this before. Pizza Dude, it randomly targets, or it doesn't randomly target, it targets the person that's closest to it. So you can see right here that this person right here is closest. Now it's not so much, now it's this person. So you want to be careful with who it's targeting, and you want to keep an eye on where the pizzas are going, because if the pizzas are going your direction, you want to be able to dodge it. and you want to go to the opposite side of the map or something like that. But yeah, general rule of thumb when it comes to Pizza Dude is to stay on the far edge of the map. Stay as close to the back side of the map as you can, so that you don't have to worry about being targeted. There's Pac-Man. Look at it chowing down, chowing through all the stuff. Hey, welcome to the voice call. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Oil spill, rainy tacos, and epic katana. Oh, dang.
Oh, and you know he's gonna touch the katana, so we are fine. Oh, I got immediately sniped by a taco. That's it.
I'm good, though. I survived this. Let's go. Oh, no, I didn't! I got sniped by the katana! Oh, I didn't realize that. I didn't think the katana would be able to snipe me through that truss. Oh, wow. I wonder how that happened. Oh, and the top street guy died! Man, that sucks. R.I.P. They lost a 200 streak. We got press the button. Everybody go into the middle. I pressed the button this time. Hehe. But only one person died. Alright, we got another hex of threat. Let's go. Are you ready? I'm ready. Killbots, soccer balls, camera, polyhex, Scobus, trickster. Alright, so... Can't stand... Oh my gosh. This is like 50-50 chance of me surviving or not. I can't see anything either. Okay, I survived. I survived. And look, it's a polyhex bomb.
I was kinda stuck in the debris behind the house.
Oh. Alright, did we check anything off the list? I don't think we did. No, we did get Pizza Dude. Yeah, we got Pizza Dude. We got Pizza Dude. There we go. So, and we did get Doge. That's right. Burger Flipper. Go to the shop. I think we might as well count explosive noobs as well. Because I did survive that one with the explosive noobs. Even though it was a double or triple, whatever. And I did explain it during that. Alright, so now we just got one left. We just need to kill Prince and Balrog. If we do happen to get explosive noobs, I will explain it though. Again, just for the sake of explaining it. But we got explosive noobs and Balrog. Those are the last two. Jiangxi. Alright. Still waiting on that last disaster. We got one more. And it's a boss, too. We have to wait for a boss warning. Surprised we haven't got it at all. So this area is safe from thunderstorm, in case you didn't notice. This area from the map is safe from a lot of places. So, yeah, because it has this little roof. So it's safe from, like, meteors, it's safe from shurikens, it's safe from a lot of things. But it's not safe from everything. For example, tacos. Tacos can go through that, or can like, bounce into here. Especially, hyper tacos. Yeah. Alright, Mucky. Mucky! We got noobs. Noobs are just noobs. Oh, someone's using the GM sword. That's cool. It's a pretty cool effect. Unfortunately, though, the GM sword is not really the greatest. I mean, it's good for some stuff, I guess, but it's not really... It gets outclassed by a lot of things. Alright. Here's an interesting thing about Slingshot is that actually you can stand behind like certain things, and because of the curved angle of the shots, you can like still avoid it without being completely in cover. Although I don't think this is going to work out. Oh, yeah, there we go. So just weird places like that. Alright, blow dryer again.
much Robux does this guy have?
He has a lot. I got sniped. Oh, it's because the sniper's above there, that's why it's... And they're troweling up there. I see. That makes sense. Cool. Cool strat. Cool. So we have 2 disasters left. Crimson Balrog and Explosive Noobs. Alright, you guys want to say hi to my cat? Say hi to my cat. His name's Leonidas.
Ooh, kitty.
This is Leonidas. He's a fluffy boy. He's a good boy. Look at him. He's so cute. Look, he loves having his cheeks. He doesn't like being held though. No. Alright. Off you go. Got Tetris, okay. So for this one, I'm gonna stand over here in that area that I was talking about earlier. And I'll be fine. Oh! That's scary. So that's why you don't stand over there. You can stand over here, but you can't stand over there because that area is not safe. Okay. Where's the nuclear bomb gonna be this time? It's over there. So let's try doing this again.
Nuclear launch detected.
I did it! There we go! I did it that time! I survived. So that's the fancy way of surviving nuclear bomb if you want to feel like a pro. Fancy way. Alright, Red Cliff Army, let's go. Can we finally get those last two? We got Shoop the Whoop, I guess. Well, that's not really... Alright, we're gonna get another Hexa threat after this. See if I can survive it. It'll be a nice challenge. Oh, nope, no more Hexa threats, I guess. Oh, interesting. Alright, Magnifier. I'm gonna go stand behind this indestructible place. And then I can just AFK the whole time. Ah, there it is. There's the Hexa threat. So it's after the 7th one. Okay, interesting. I think I can survive this. Yeah, there we go. 2, 1, and I survived. Let's go. That wasn't so bad.
Yeah, but mostly just praying you didn't get a hamburger on your face.
Yeah.
Pizza! 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 Pizza!
Okay. Feeling pretty tired. But we must proceed. We must prevail. We must wait for the last 2 disasters to show up. Oh, I got hurt. Avalanche! We try a fancy way of surviving? Yeah, we're gonna do it. Here we go. This has an extra fancy way because even if there is a snowball that lands here, it gets blocked by the pillar. Alright, what's next? Rising acid, okay. I think if we stand up here, we'll be fine. And these people are choosing to stand over there instead. Alright, come on, last two disasters, come on. Death trampoline, okay. So, you see how this Wilts person is doing... Oh, well, never mind. Well, they were surviving, they were doing a good job. Let's see, you can circle around this thing and it won't kill you. I think that's the funniest thing. When after the disaster ends, he throws he throws one last bomb and it lasts until after the disaster ends and it can kill you. Alright, we got another Hexa threat. Let's go. Giant zombies. Another burger flipper combo.
Nuclear launch detected.
See if we can survive this one. think I'm gonna be able to. As long as there's no burgers. Yeah, I survived. Okay. That wasn't so bad. Still missing those last 2 disasters. We've been going on for 4.5 hours now. Jeez, how long does it take to get 2 disasters? Like, there's how many games? How many disasters? There's 113 disasters total. Got all of them except for 2. Yeah, they keep showing up in the mysteries. It is kind of weird. Like, why the mysteries and not normals? Shedletsky. Alright, burglars. Come on, let's block these guys. I got a few. Yeah, I got a decent few. I got, like, yeah, a lot of blocks around that. Nice. Time bombs, gas ambush, and missile strike. Alright, well, time bombs and gas ambush isn't really the... yeah. The most dangerous thing out of all that is probably the time bombs. Actually, none of these are really dangerous. Notice how I'm standing on a slanted edge, but that time bomb still managed to get me somehow. Interesting. I guess not all slanted edges are gonna cause time bombs to slide off of them. Alright, Chickster again. Trickster's just a joke at this point. Alright, here we go, Mr. Happy.
2,
2.5 times. Oh God. That was easy. That was terrifying at the same time, listening to his voice go down. Alright, you got Saw Blade. Alright, got the bombers. Same as usual. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. I like how they're trading orbs, the healing orbs, with each other. Alright, here we go. Another Hexa threat. With an almost completely destroyed map. You got rocket noobs this time. I got hit by an icicle. You saw how I did that. That did 99 damage to me. Ugh. Are we ever gonna get this Crimson Balrog? We've got 2 things left on that list. Check it out. Got everything except for the last 2 things, Explosive Noobs and the Crimson Balrogs. At this point I'm willing to compensate. I'm willing to say, even if they appear on a warning round, I'm happy with it. Well, I did technically get Explosive Noobs earlier in the warning round. Yeah, I remember that. Alright. Anyways, back to the game. We got Get Down. What are we gonna get next? What's next? What's next? Neon Blaster? Alright, so for Neon Blaster, it's going to go from right to left or left to right. Either way, you want to get back in the corners. Tiny noobs. Tiny threat. Tiny XP from block circle. Yep, pretty easy. When's the next boss gonna appear? It's been like 3 maps since bosses appeared. Oh, well, here we go. Are we finally gonna get the Crimson Balrogs? Nope. Look at this big head. Zombie, sniper, giant gun. Okay. Where's the giant gun? There it is. Okay. So sniper's over there. Alright, we got another Hexa threat. Let's see if we're going to be able to survive it. I think we will. Nine Cat, Shedletsky, Fist of Fury. Yeah, all easy. Except for Monkey. Well, except for one of them. Oh, I got hit by the tumbleweed. Oh, man. I thought it was gonna get caught there, but no, it got me. This map's kind of fun. You get to have like these little derby cars. Drive them around everywhere. Only thing is that they have lag. Especially if you're like if you don't live in the same area as the server does. Yeah, they have a little bit of lag. I just noticed that the cactus's name is called Stactus. That's funny. That's new, I think. Alright, we got werewolves. Shogun. We kill the Shogun now. It's funny how if you kill the Shogun fast enough, all the samurai that spawn as a result, or after the Shogun dies, they just instantly die. We got the UFO. Alright, we got a boss. I hope it's the one that we're waiting for. Every time I get disappointed. Yep, it's Undying. Ugh. Why can't we get the boss that we're waiting for? Come on, guys. This is ridiculous. Alien invasion. This is what people do inside of the alien invasion thing. They just go in there and destroy everything, basically. It's not much of a threat when everyone goes in there and just kills everything. Alright, we got a Hexa threat. Shuriken zombies, rising lava, spike walls, striking lava. Spike walls is gonna kill everything. Can I survive? I survived. I survived. Let's go. I survived. That was a crazy hexa and I somehow survived. We're gonna build this fort. Is that what we're doing now? Let's do this. We did it! We built everything. Alright, we got the overseer soldiers. Barrel boy. I think as long as I stand here, I'll be fine. As long as I stand here and the tree doesn't get destroyed. Nope, tree's gonna get destroyed. Watch this. R.I.P. Well, I made it to 50. Oh, it's shuriken time. Time to go stand underneath something something this hard. Alright, we've got rising lava. Oh geez, on this map? That's gonna be the issue. Well, maybe not, because this thing's... I mean, it's gonna last a good while before it melts, but it's gonna melt. So, like, maybe 15? Nah. As soon as it starts moving, I'm gonna have to jump. Oh, okay. Well, it survived the entire round. That's good. And here we go. We got the boss. Is it finally time for the Crimson Balrogs? Nope. I'm convinced at this point that Crimson Balrogs are not considered a boss anymore. Maybe we'll get the Crimson Balrogs in this Hexa threat. If we do, we'll call it a day. Nope. And plus there's Sniper. Oh, shoot. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the Wolven soldiers. I think this is going to be a cruel defeat. Oh, maybe not. No, wait. Whoa, that was so close. That was so close to being a cruel defeat. Let's check out the leaderboard and see who's on top. Well, it's weekly top donors. Brayden's not surprisingly on the top. We got Roblox on the top for all time, though. Whoever this person is, I don't know who that person is. Random people. Cool Lad's on there. That's cool. I'm nowhere near on the top. No way in hell I've donated that much Robux. Oh, okay, it's time for Pac-Man Ghosts. We got the Roblox army once again. Am I on the top boxers? Am I on the top weekly boxers at all? Don't think so. People are getting some crazy numbers. Let's see, what are my stats? Okay. I remember when I used to be on the leaderboard. A long time ago I used to be on a leaderboard. Back when the best streak was like 270. Whoa, I got hit by a little piece. And it did 60 damage, even though it was like going like 2 miles per hour. Yeah, Poltergeist is dangerous. Black Mage again. The multiplier is so high. Alright, so Ground Spider, Icicles. Icicles are probably gonna kill me. Oh no, it was the Neon Blaster because I wasn't paying attention. That's okay. I wasn't expecting to survive this one. At least I wasn't trying. Alright. Ugh. I wonder when we're gonna get the Crimson Balrogs again. How many maps has it been? Too many to count. Let's see how... Yeah, it's been Witch 5 times. It might as well have been. And then the Screamer like 3 times. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Are we finally gonna get Crimson Balrogs? Nope. We get Meteors and Sniper for some reason. Oh, I hear it. It's a tornado. Mystery tornado is pretty bad. Kinnikick. Kinnikick. Watch this. Somebody's gonna touch the sword. Watch this. Somebody's gonna touch the sword. Someone's gonna do it. I touched it this time. But yeah, it can be dangerous. Alright, flash flood again. Alright, I think I'm gonna give it 2 more maps. If we still don't get Crimson Balrogs after 2 more maps, I'm gonna call it. This is pretty ridiculous though. 5.5 hours and I still haven't gotten Crimson Balrogs. More than one time and it was in a combo. Face red, droopy eyes. Yeah, it's pretty mad. Too many disasters. I mean, it could be the fact that it's too many disasters, but at the same time, it seems like some disasters are appearing more often than others. Like, we got Witch 5 times. That's pretty... It's pretty ridiculous. You gotta admit, that's a pretty cool effect. Counterfeit coins again? Really? As long as the tipping block stays over there, we're fine. Nope, it decided not to stay over there, so now we're coming back over here. Alright, green zone. This is one where you gotta be careful with the counterfeit coins, because otherwise, if you're not paying attention, you might run into one while you're running into the green zone area. Alright, we got Scubus again. So this is one of those where it's possible for the Scubus to jump up here. So you gotta be careful. Yeah. Let's go, 75 survival streak. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention about icicles earlier is the fact that they actually have a chance of targeting players, which is all the more reason why you want to be standing underneath cover whenever you have icicles going on, because they actually, yeah, if you're not careful, they'll target you and they'll land right on top of you, which does 99 damage, which is not fun. Hyper missile launcher, okay. Alright, last map. Before I call it, I call it a day because at this point there's been so many freaking maps and there has been one time that we got Crimson Balrogs, and it was in a double. I don't know what the hell is going on. These spawn rates for the disasters. But over 5.5 hours, that's ridiculous. I didn't even think I would be streaming this long. Ugh. Alex Neutron again. Okay, fine. I gotta make it to at least 100. If I can make it to 100, I'll close this stream on a good note. That's 20 whole disasters. I don't know. We're halfway through with this map. I made it to 100 twice already. Ooh, the beehive landed on the house. That's scary. Fireworks, okay. Let's try not to die here. Oh right, you can out heal this. That's right. Yep. Just gonna out heal this instead. Is that it for this map? Yep, that's it for this map. Okay, so chat, I need you guys to tell me, should I go to 100 or should I end the stream here? Go to 100? That's one vote. Super cool lad says 100. I guess I'm making it to 100. That's gonna be my final challenge of this stream. Alright. 1500. Yeah. It's a lot of XP. Ugh. Alright, here we go. I got 15 more disasters. That's basically 2 more maps. And here's a really cool point of reference. That way you always know where the center of the map is. You just stand in the center of this fan. That's where the button spawns. That's where the missile launcher spawns. That's the center of the spiked walls. Yeah. Alright, we got murderers. Alright, so we got murderers again. And as you can see that they're standing right there, you know, they're pretty easy to block, but like, if you're not careful, they'll snipe you. Yep. So you gotta be careful with these murderers. Oh, we got the tsunami again. That's easy survival for this map because I can just stand up here. I don't have to worry about anything. Though it is pretty funny how the crates get pushed. Alright, giant zombie. And it's dead. Let's go. Ninjas, okay. They have a really funny sound effect. Hoya! Alright, Sandstorm. This one is, here. I'm gonna stand right here behind this thing. I'll be fine. No casualties. Let's go. I'm surprised this thing is still standing. Normally it's been knocked down by now. Nope, this isn't gonna knock it down either. Just Slenderman. And that's it for this map. GG. Just one more map and a half, and then we can get up to 100. Alright, we're gonna finish off this stream, I think either on this map or the next map. We're gonna make it to 100. We'll call it a day. Crimson Balrog! Are you waiting for it? You think it's gonna be this next one? Nope. It's not this one. At this rate, it's never happening. That's so optimistic. Alright, let's see. Epic Duck.
Bonus ducks! Bonus ducks! Bonus ducks! Bonus ducks! Bonus ducks!
Can we kill it? There we go. Got another warning. Are we gonna get Crimson Balrog this time? I don't know. Triple threat, soccer balls, Tetris, icicles. Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
Pizza!
Let's go! GG 100! Nice, super cool ad. Nice, nice, nice. Now it's gonna be my turn in 4 disasters. Explosive noobs! There we go, there's the explosive noobs. There's the explosive noobs we were waiting for. Okay, so basically explosive noobs, the way you survive it is, it's basically like noobs, but they're like explosive, you know? They just blow up. So, yeah, you just gotta stay away from them. Try not to block them if they get too close. Generally staying in high ground works, because even though they do explode and they destroy things, they aren't powerful enough to destroy a whole house. So it should be fine. Yeah. Finally, yeah, we waited a whole freaking hour for this explosive noob, so there's at least one of the 2 disasters. Yeah. Alright, crazy Robloxian, there we go. That's the 99, and then 100 is going to be the next one after this.
Hey, give me the hot dog. Hey, give me the hot dog. Hey, give me the hot dog. Give me the hot dog. Give me the hot dog. Hey, give me the hot dog. Hey, give me the hot dog. Give me the hot dog. Hey, give me the hot dog. Give me the hot dog. Hey, give me the hot dog. Hey, give me the hot dog.
We got him! Let's go. Got a lot of health. And we got a warning for the last one. Let's go. This is all or nothing. Here we go. Lumberjack and Redcliffe. Okay, that's nothing. GG, I got to 100. GG's, let's go. Three 100s in one stream. At least I got that, you know. 5 hours and 45 minutes worth of a stream. Let's go. 100. Alright. I'm gonna reset my streak. There we go. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching this stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We didn't get to get all of the 100 and something disasters that we wanted to. That's because for some reason Crimson Balrog wasn't wanting to show up. Like literally showed up one time throughout the entire 5 hour and 45 minute stream of, and it was just, and it was in a double disaster. That was it. One time throughout the entire thing. We got every disaster except for that one, though. So I'd say close enough. Look, it's been 5 hours and 45 minutes. I've been streaming for a long time, and I think it's time that I take a break. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope it was enjoyable. If you did, feel free to leave a thumbs up and subscribe for some more content, for some more Hopian content. Yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.